Okay, we start in 10 seconds. Have fun, everyone. Wishing you a good day. Hello, everyone. Welcome today. In November 2020, the DigiCirc team opened an open call to select promising innovations for the circular cities. 17 were selected and integrated into an intensive acceleration program designed especially for them. Today, I welcome you for the Demo Day, the closing event of this program's phase 1 and 2. Today, we have 16 consortia that successfully passed these phases, and they will pitch their solution in front of a jury of experts and also before you. At the end of the day, 5 of them, the best ranked solution, will receive 100,000 euro as a financial support, and it will allow them to develop further their innovations. So today we have quite an intense day full of pitches. We'll have each time four consortia that will pitch, followed by a little break. And at 12:40, we will have a lunch break. We'll come back all together at 2 p.m. to continue following the pitch of every consortia. Between 4 and 6, I invite you to join for a special networking event, because as you can see today, it is more of a presentation mode. We will invite you during that space to network and exchange and get in touch with the consortia, the jury, the project members. So stay tuned until then. At 6:15, we will announce the results. After the jury, we have reached consensus, and we will celebrate the closure of the event and announce what is the future of future calls. So today, right now, I'm gonna call for Melanie to take the mic. Melanie is the project leader, and thank you, Melanie.
Thank you, Abdul, and good morning, everyone. I am Melanie Pellen, the leader of DigiCirc project at Cap Digital. I will just share a short presentation of our project.
Perfect.
Okay, you can see it now. So on behalf of the DigiCirc project, I am very happy to welcome you today to this final event of our first acceleration program. Today, as Abdul said, you will be listening to the 16 consortia that successfully passed the 2 first phases of this program. And we will know the 5 winners. We will continue this journey with us at the end of the day. This event is part of a complete program designed by DigiCirc, a project funded by the European Commission under the H2020 InnoCirc program. DigiCirc is run by Cap Digital, coordinator of the project, and 10 close partners across Europe. As you can see here, DigiCirc Consortium covers a wide range of expertise, from cluster to business accelerators, from systemic design expert to sustainability consultants. DigiCirc's goal is to promote digital innovation for the circular economy in 3 sectors: the circular cities, the blue economy, and the bioeconomy. And for each of these sectors, we gather a community of stakeholders in order to identify challenges. Then we launch open call through which SMEs will have to address the challenges identified, and our experts select the ones that have the higher potential. Finally, once selected, we provide those SMEs with support in the development of the solution through an intensive acceleration program run by the DigiCirc consortium. So through our open call, we are looking for at least 15 consortia per DigiCirc domain, 1 consortia being composed of at least 2 SMEs. Each consortium must be cross-sectoral, and the cross-border dimension is highly encouraged. Those consortia must propose innovative solutions. It could be a product or a service using digital technologies that will create new circular value chains by addressing at least one of our challenges. So what an SMEs can get from this acceleration program? By applying to one of our open call, they can have access to up to 60,000 euro per SMEs as a financial support for the full program, business coaching and thematic mentoring from experts of our community, direct access to a portfolio of investors right across Europe, online and physical courses provided by experts, and 4 digital tools developed specifically for this program. So here you have an overview of our acceleration program, design and structure for the SMEs. As I said, for each open call, a minimum of 15 consortia will be selected to integrate this program. It is built around 3 key phases. Phase 1 is 4 weeks, where consortia will develop their business plan and the first proof of concept. Phase 2 is 7 weeks, where they will develop further their business plan and a validated prototype. And at the end of the second phase, 5 consortia will be selected during a demo day event. And following this event, they will have up to 6 months to develop a first business success and to develop further their prototype. So the consortia you will hear today went through that process. They applied to our Circular Cities Open Call between November 2020 and January 2021. They successfully passed the phase 1 and 2 of the acceleration program that ended in July. And today, 5 of them will be selected to continue this journey. So again, welcome to this demo day. I hope you will enjoy today of pitching and networking. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to invite jury members to welcome them, starting with Joanna Castel, Head of Sustainable City Community in Cap Digital. Hello, Joanna.
Hello, hi everyone. I'm very happy to be with you today. So I'm a project officer in sustainable innovations in urban cities. So I've been working at Cap Digital, this business cluster specialized in the digital and ecological transition for many years now, and I'm in charge of supporting innovative projects for sustainable cities.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you very much. I'm inviting now Mr. Luigi Nicolai, Emeritus Professor at the University of Naples, Federico II. Hello, Luigi.
Hello. It's very nice to be here with all of you. I enjoyed just reading all your projects. I'm a professor of engineering and I'm a material scientist. I've published more than 700 papers in different areas of materials. And then I also hold some other position like Ministry of Innovation for the Italian government and President of the National Research Council of Italy, where work more than 10,000 researchers. And at the moment, I founded a startup that is now a company on innovation, but a deep tech innovation based mainly on knowledge, and that is going on very well. Because I think that research and innovation are 2 different parts of the same activity. Because you need a new idea, but you need also someone who is able to transform the idea in a product. And that's the reason also I enjoyed very much reading all the projects that we received. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Luigi, and thank you about this image of complementarity between research and business. That's where innovation can strive. I'm welcoming now Dr. Pashi Yuvan, who is RDI Director of Commercialization of Innovations, which ties up correctly with what has just been said. And he's also in the University of Applied Science in Finland.
Hello, thank you, and it's very nice to be with you here today. And as said, I work as the director, and I support our specialists to find the commercialization paths for mostly university-based innovation, but also company-based innovations.
Thank you. Thank you. As you have understood, we have quite a competent expert jury that will evaluate all of these pitches. And as a reminder for everybody, we'll have 5 minutes of pitches by only one person. At the end, I'm going to call for 1 minute before the time to give you a little heads up. And I'm going to be quite strict and cut you exactly at 5 minutes to be fair with everyone. After that, you will have 5 minutes of questions and answers from the jury. The jury can already use the hand function, raise your hand function on Zoom, so we can have the right order. And as well here, we'll have 5 minutes for asking everybody for concision when you ask the question and when you answer. Otherwise, I guess we can start. And the first to open the floor will be Enrica Olivi from the EOS-TURBOWIND consortia. Welcoming Enrica. She needs a bit of time. Yes, welcome Enrica. No problem. Can you please start screen sharing, and I'm gonna start the timer as soon as you talk.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, I'm ready, Abdul. Thank you.
Let's go.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Today we are facing a huge challenge. The increase in energy consumption during the past 50 years, and the one forecasted by at least 40%, cannot be met by continuing to use mainly fossil fuels. They are causing damages to the environment and climate change and do not comply with government policies. The solution lies in the energy transition, which combines several renewable technologies. Developing small decentralized systems for green energy production and integrated grids is a cornerstone of this strategy. For wind energy, the technological improvements and economies of scale will lead to a bigger reduction in levelized cost of electricity. This allows small wind turbines to become one of the most competitive options in decentralized green generation systems in urban environment. However, their upgrade is needed. This is where our innovative hybrid vertical microturbine comes in. EOS-TURBOWIND has independent axial rotors, each linked to a different generator. It is equipped with an active control system, maximizing energy production according to changes in wind speed and turbulence, typical in urban context. It ensures a 30% higher production compared to turbines on the market. Due to its lightweight materials, completely recyclable by the way, and high mechanical resistance, EOS-TURBOWIND has a life cycle of about 25 years. For the consumer, this means savings in energy bills, with a payback of the investment within 7 years. Besides those direct competitive advantages of higher production and longer lifetime, EOS-TURBOWIND technology can also be exploited in countless other situations. For instance, specific equipment can be integrated on board to collect local data on climate and pollution as a service. We achieved the 4 features that an innovative product must have to be indeed accessible and useful. It can easily combine with other technologies and is already fit to be exported to developing countries, where energy demand is increasing and institutions are investing in decentralized models. With these features, EOS-TURBOWIND stands in the competitive scenario as a high-end product, with added values in terms of efficiency, transport and assembly, low impact on the environment, safe design matching normal escape. It complements well with PV panels, ensuring more constant supply of renewable energy, and reduces battery sizes to overcome periods without sunshine. In the next 5 years, the market of small wind turbines is expected to grow with an annual rate of over 13%. This expansion is boosted by incentive policies implemented worldwide to support energy transition. We estimated to produce 4,000 turbines by year 4, starting with the launching phase through production and direct sales, followed in 2024 by a booster with an industrial partner for manufacturing and distribution, thereby creating scale economies. There will be also significant environmental and social impacts, considering CO2 emission reductions and increase of people employed. Our potential customers are those stepping forward and willing to become producers of their own renewable energy. This new segment is growing fast, encouraged by government directives. They will be identified and contacted through several
1 minute.
The same applies to institutions interested in decarbonizing their facilities. At the same time, we are reaching for potential customers with various business sectors. Consortium partners have invested 350,000 euros to finalize this product and launch it on a large scale. We are ready to start an effective marketing campaign with contacts with distribution networks, achievable thanks also to the grant. Our launch price will be 10,000 euros, and we expect a gross margin of 23%, allowing us to reach break-even already after the first year for market entry. The cash flow by the management will guarantee the continuous funding of the R&D for a steady improvement of our product. 3 words to define our team: interdisciplinary, committed, open-minded. Thank you for your attention and contribution to our growth. Let's create the chance to do it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Enrica. Thank you very much for the pitch.
Thank you to you.
Giving a few seconds for the jury.
Okay.
To prepare for the question.
Can I just ask one question? Is this turbine making any noise?
About the technical questions, I think that Mr. Pokele is much expert than me, but I don't see it on the screen, so I will answer myself. Yes, noise.
Yes, I am connected.
Okay. Can you answer, please, Luke? Thank you.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Yes, the vertical turbines are known to make less noise than horizontal turbines. That's why they are used more or are apt to be used more in city environments. And through the acceleration program, we have been in contact with consultancies from the CNR, from PISA, who have supported us in further reducing the noise level for these type of turbines. On top of that, these turbines are of relatively small diameter. Their swing area is about 2 meters, 2.5 meters. So they're not very big.
Another point, if I can, how you can distribute the energy? Are you using directly the energy, or just you bring the energy, put the energy in some way, the normal current of energy?
Well, you can compare it. We will put it in connection with the electrical grid in the building, and also with the grid outside. Priority will be to use the electrical energy for auto consumption, and for eventually filling up batteries, complementing the photovoltaic panels, for instance, and making the buildings having a more steady supply of electrical energy. But the excess will be sent to the grid. And on top of that, we have developed an application, an app, which will enable us to optimize the charging of battery and to use the electrical energy when there are periods of wind, including a forecasting module in the app.
Thank you, Luc. Welcoming Joanna's question.
Yes, hello everyone, and thank you for the presentation of this project. That sounds very promising. I have a similar question than Luigi about social acceptability. For the moment, I take the example of France, Aeolian micro
wind turbine.
In France doesn't seem to be no longer a priority because acceptability is quite lowing down. So my question was, how do you take this social issues into account in your project, and especially in the city environment? Luigi was tackling the noise issue. Maybe it would have been nice to have an image of how this will look like. Will it be on top of buildings? How will it be settled, this solution, and how will it integrate into the urban background? So that was my first question. And I think the second one, you answered it, but since this is the target is individuals, how can they access to it? Will there be energeticians, energy companies that will provide the solutions and settle it for the general public? So two questions. First, how do you manage the question of social acceptability? And second one, in how does it work for distribution? Will it be energy companies that will be on the forefront of this installation? Thank you very much.
But as you can see behind me, the turbine is as much as that. So yeah. We are studying different sizes to be perfectly suitable for the tops of buildings. Unfortunately, we haven't had the chance to try them yet, of course. But if you wanted to make a change and do not use the word irreversible anymore, we have to make some adjustments in terms of our mindset. This is my personal opinion. So if we don't like turbines, we have to find another way. But turbines has a lot of pluses, if you want, that it is difficult to compare with others. So PV panels, okay, but also turbines where the situation allows can be a suitable choice. You have to think that, for instance, I saw the news that also the people from the managing the after tower put the micro turbines at on the floor. So
thank you. Thank you very much. Time is up.
Oh.
Thank you, Enrica. Thank you, jury members, for your questions. Sorry, Dr. Fashi, that could not give you the floor for one of your questions. It will come for hopefully next. Great. Welcoming now Robert Slavek for MyWater. Meanwhile, the jury can take your time to grade and evaluate. Robert, if you feel like maybe not starting the sharing, because I know the first slide needs to. And you remember, just write in the chat when you are ready, and we got it ready from Dr. Passi. Luigi, Joanna, are you ready? Okay, we can start. Please go ahead, Robert. You have 5 minutes.
$1.4 billion. What this number means to you? Hi, my name is Robert, and today I will present you MyWater consortium. We are two companies coming from Slovenia, and EcoStack Innovation is from Malta. And we're providing IoT platform that controls refills, reduce the need for the single-use plastic, and collect the data for all stakeholders. 1.4 billion is the number of single-use plastic water bottles used each day, worldwide. And whopping 90% isn't recycled. This plastic is already affecting our water, food, and health. And over 90% of bottled and tap water is already contaminated with microplastic. Our go-to-market strategy is partnership. We partnership with Solar Impulse Foundation to offer alternative to the single-use plastic directive. With help of Bertrand Picard, we went to Vivatech in June this year, and in July this year, we already start first pilot in France, in Orly. Yesterday, we installed our units in World Expo in Dubai, which is starting in 3 weeks' time. And our next market is Malta. Our next big target in 2024 are all the Olympics Games in Paris. This is the picture of our concept. Inside, we install IoT platforms that control the fuels. On the top left side, you got IoT sensors. On the top right side, you got real-time monitoring system. On the bottom left side, you got nanofiltrations, which guarantee the quality. And the top right side, you got the connection to the local sources. Each unit can provide over 100,000 refills per year. With that, we reduce the plastic waste by 2.4 tons and CO2 emissions by 9 tons. Our partner in the project, EcoStack, is from Malta, and they know very well Malta system, so they will digitize water demand. EcoStack will provide the backend data collections. Geolocated points will be identified by using population data, point of interest, visualization patterns, and satellite imagery. The result will be an online tool for effective decision-making where to set up MyWater systems. Because all stakeholders within EU need to follow as single-use plastic directive, we think that we can offer them alternative. Into B2G market in the cities, we can offer them the new tax money. In B2B market, like hotels and shops, they will have new revenue or less work. For the people, we will provide new jobs and sustainable life, but we also do a lot for environment and ocean with less marine pollutions. Because of single-use plastic directive, we know that all countries need to ban plastic water bottles by 2030. And we see a huge opportunity for our business. Next year, we want to do 1 million refills. By 2030, we want to do over 9 billion refills. We are looking financial grants for phase 3 of 150,000 euros. We will use this to build Malta demonstration network of 10 units for human resources, marketing, and service partnerships. Over next 12 months, we will provide 1 million refills. Remember, MyWater is a circular system with revenue for all stakeholders. Support us. Thank you for your attention, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Robert. Quite on time. We'll add that to the question and answer. Welcoming any question from the jury.
Excuse me, I'm still Gino Nicolais. How we arrange the water supply? The water is already just treated before going to the object that you have presented.
Yes, actually we are always connected to the local water supplies network. Sometimes municipality, sometimes private. Water is good for the drinking, but if something happened, we install this nanofiltration so we can guarantee every single time the same quality.
Between this kind of water that you get from this system, than the one that you can get directly from the pipe, the water that you can get in your tub.
Yeah, actually, if you think like that, we are reinventing public taps. We make them contactless, smart. We collect the data, but people have more access to water.
Great. Okay, thanks. That's clear.
Yeah.
Hello. I had a question, if I may. So thank you very much for the presentation of your project. Did you present your project to water operators already? What did they think about your innovation? How did they receive it? And did you discuss with other water operators in other countries? For instance, here in Paris, we have Eau de Paris that is very, very interested in hearing about new innovations. So what is your stage now in going public with this innovation?
We have pilots in Slovenia, in France, and as I said, in Dubai. But now we are also incorporated company in France. It's already incorporated. And now we are in talking with Eau de Paris. Plus, we already listed as possible suppliers for the Olympics Games. And they like idea because they know they need to provide more access to the public.
And how do you differentiate from the already existed fountains from that is existing? How do you insist yourself? What is your argumentation towards these water operators that have these fountains? Also?
First, we provide them, with backend data, so they know exactly how much it's used, when it's used in real time. Plus, on base of that, we can calculate why they're spending public money, because we can calculate reduction of CO2 emissions and plastic waste, because we got all this data from our machines. This is the biggest advantage from everybody else.
Robert, if I may add something.
Yes.
So this is Mario Balzan from EcoStack Innovations. So one innovation which we developed and in this accelerator program is the use of water bottles for marketing purposes. So we are working with hotels, we are working with shops, and the idea would be that they would support this initiative by selling the plastic bottles which are marketed. And then they would also get a source of revenue from that, in addition to the sort of marketing opportunities by having people going around with bottles with their logo, with their motto, and so on. So I think there's also the engagement of the private sector. And in Malta, we are very much looking forward for the Malta pilot, but this is replicated and scaled up to other countries potentially, to work with tourists, to work with hotels. So basically you could have this stations within the hotels, and instead of using plastic bottles, they just use the MyWater stations, and the tourists can go around with these nice bottles, which are recyclable and which have the motto, which have
1
the logo
minute and
of
a
the
half
company.
left, and I see there's a question from Dr. Juvonen.
Okay, I'm stopping there. I think yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a short question about the IPR landscape. Are you familiar with the water purification and solutions like this, and how they are already patented? Or is there something new in this solution compared to that?
Yes, we know there are a lot of them, but 99% of them, they're all mechanical, so they cannot operate during the COVID. They're not touchable. The only one solution is from United States, and they're operating only in United States. And we got one IP, which is our design, because we can use it from both sides. Always it's only one-sided usage, so this is differential also. So you don't need to have a line. People can use it from the different side.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
And time is up. Thank you very much, Robert. Thank you very much, Mario. So again, leaving some space for the jury to grade, and inviting Javad. Yes, perfect. Perfect.
Hi, everyone.
Wait a second before they finish the grading. If you want to start sharing your first slide beforehand, and as soon as they tell me they're ready, we can start.
Can you see my slide in full screen?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Please stay on the first one. Yes. Announcing that we have 30 people watching us also on YouTube. I would like to get these numbers increasing. So feel free to share on the social media when you are pitching. Maybe I can share some of the Twitter links in the chat, so you could follow that as well. Are we ready, Joanna, Luigi? Joanna, yes. Luigi, are we ready? Yes.
Yes.
All right. You can start, Javad.
Hi everyone, my name is Javad. I am the CEO and co-founder of Buildtrix, and I'm presenting you Cinergy, active buildings in circular energy community, which is a project joined by Buildtrix, a Portuguese startup company, and Renewable is a Swedish company based in Sweden. So let me start with a story, because everyone loves a story, and this is a real story from one of our customers. Patrick is an operational manager responsible for City of Rome, for the Roma Capitale, and he oversees an energy office of Roma Capitale. This is an image of City of the Rome. So they have, municipality of the Rome, they have more than 2,000 buildings with more than 160 solar panel projects that you can see on the map. More than 6,500 smart meters implemented in the city buildings, which translate to 20 million data points per month that they need to manage. Can you imagine how they manage this huge amount of data? Yes, they use Excel sheets, pen and papers, and so on, which you can imagine this is very inefficient to cope with the high amount of this data that they receive it. And that's because the current tool are not designed nor able to manage energy data and buildings. So Cinergy, we propose an intelligent, affordable, and easy to integrate solution for energy experts, so they can uncover energy saving opportunities in their building and share the energy with their energy communities. We have a web-based platform, very easy to integrate, and we provide 4 services on top of this platform. Spatial reporting, so you can see in one platform all of your building in terms of energy consumption. Benchmarking, so you can compare the performance of energy consumption in the building with your peers, with national and international level. Forecasting of energy consumption and production. The last but not least is the potential of the building to be as a hub for energy communities. So the Cinergy solution saves 90% of the time for people who manage lots of buildings. It could result in 15 to 30% saving on energy costs in an annual base. It could result up to 30% reduction in the CO2, and comparing to the market leader is 20 times faster to implement, because we are not implementing any sensor, but we are integrating through an API and software. So in terms of traction, in the last 3 months was an amazing traction for us. We have the customer in Portugal, Cascais, City of Cascais and Madame Park in Portugal. The City of the Roma Capitale with more than 2,000 buildings is our customer. And now I am in Zurich, Switzerland, talking with several customers and partners. Yesterday, we have signed a pilot case with E-MPATTO here in Zurich. And currently, we are negotiating in a different markets. In Switzerland, this week, I'm talking with the City of Zurich, EWZ, ABBASSO, Post Finance, Coop, and AXO, which they have several hundred of buildings in the Zurich and Switzerland. Also in Italy, we are talking with Areti, Poste Italiane, and Engineering, so to implement Buildtrix solution and to have added value to their solution. And recently, we just got an interest from Tengah Punggol in Singapore, the first 2 smart and digital city in Singapore, which we want to integrate Buildtrix solution with them. These are the POC negotiation. So the plan is from September to December, working on already customers that have signed for the Cinergy solution. And we expect to receive around 100,000 euro from these customers. By the end of December, we want to raise around 400K as a seed round, so to have
1 minute left.
Cash for the company. And in the first 5 months of next year, we're going to focus on the Switzerland, Italy, and Singapore, which we expect to receive 150K from these customers. We have a very experienced team on business, energy, and data. Myself, I have more than 6 years of experience in business development and management. Together with my CTO, Mojtaba, we have another company that has exited. We have our partner, Renewable, Ali and Reza, which is very experienced in the area of energy. So the goal of the project is aligned with UN sustainable goals. Greenhouse gas reduction, integration of the renewable sources, saving energy and money for customer, renewable source job creation, and empowering circular economy. Thank you very much for your attention. Our vision is to go for evolution toward a fully sustainable energy society. Thank you.
Thank you, Jawad. Perfect on time. Exactly perfect on time.
Question. Everything is very clear.
I have a question, if I may. Hello, and thank you very much for the presentation. So that's quite impressive, all the reference and the almost reference that you have. When you talk to all these prospects, did they mention any competition, or because I would be interested in knowing if you encountered competition? You mentioned Excel, etc., but are there companies maybe or maybe energy companies that wish to enter this kind of market, and how do you differentiate? Did you put this slide in the presentation? Because
yes, I put it as a backup slide, so okay. I can present now this slide because I expect maybe you have questions. So this is so because we are relying on a smart meter infrastructure, and there is a rollout of the smart meter infrastructure in Europe. Some countries like Italy, they have 100% rollout. Some countries like Spain, 100 rollout. Portugal, 25%. Switzerland, 25%. So it depends on the country-wise, which is they have the infrastructure. So I put it here like some of the competition in the market, which is from big companies like Enel and NDP in Portugal and also in Italy, and there are some startup companies. So basically what we are doing, and this is most of, the pen and paper and Excel sheet is a traditional way that they do it, but there are energy companies are interested to go in this solution. They usually provide end-to-end software and hardware solution, which is usually complicated, expensive, and it takes lots of time to integrate. Our aim is not actually to compete with them, but to provide as partners, because we get the data from energy company. For example, like Areti in the Rome, Italy is a DSO, is a utility company. So they are our partner that give us access to the smart meter data, and then we provide added value for the customer. So this is also something that we have to take into consideration in terms of entering new player in the market. But I think we are right in terms of position, in terms of expansion, in terms of reference project and product to have a right position in the market. Also from EWZ, we had is a utility partner for City of Zurich. We had a meeting with them yesterday. So they are building the smart meter infrastructure, and they are interested also to use similar project of Cinergy for their customers.
I saw the hand of Dr. Jovanen, and we have 3 minutes left for the questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the pitching. I think I already got the answer for my question. Something that you just said. It was about scalability and comparison of competitors. Thank you.
Yep.
Maybe I had a question, if we have some time, about access to data. How do you aggregate, and how do you anticipate difficulties to access to the data, since you are kind of a third party, if I may say like that?
This is also a very good question. So the European-wide regulation in terms of energy data access says that the end customer are the owner of data. So there are energy and utility company that have the IT smart meter infrastructure, but the end user is the owner. So usually we get the consent from end user to have access to their data, and by law, the energy company are obliged to provide the data of the customer to anyone they consent, to themselves or to third parties. Different countries in Europe, they have different stages of development. So some countries like Norway, Sweden, they have really centralized hub, so it's an easily with an API we can have the access. Some countries like Italy, Switzerland, Spain, they have also centralized solution, but is not one API and a hub to access. So we partner with those. For example, with the Switzerland, that's the reason we are working with the EWZ, which is a utility company. So we build our pipeline. So usually the approach to the market is we do a pilot or POC, so we can have access to data from the utility. We build our model, like digital twin of the building in terms of energy consumption. And once the model is validated with the POC and pilot cases, we build our pipeline of have access to the real-time data from the utility and then provide all added value to the customers.
Thank you.
I think you're mute. Yeah.
She wanted to thank you.
Can I say just one? How can you protect from competitors?
So that as I mentioned in my
lower the volume.
So as I mentioned, we have in-house developed proprietary artificial intelligence algorithm. So we have now access to the data of the customer in Portugal, in Italy, as well as in Switzerland. So the value, if some competitor needs to enter into market, is to have the data. If you have more data, you have more machine learning and data potential that new company need to have access to these sources. So
thank you,
go to market is to have more.
Thank you. The 5 minutes are up. Thank you very much. I am sorry. Sometimes I have to cut the mic there directly. Leaving some space for the jury to gather your thoughts and to evaluate. Thank you, Rad, for the presentation. I invite now Domenico from MUV, if you can start.
Yes.
Perfect. Please wait.
Screen?
Yes. And now we wait. We give just a bit of time for the jury.
Yeah.
Perfect. I see one jury member ready. Joanna, Luigi, all right? All right. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Domenico Schillaci, and I'm co-founder and CTO of MoveB Corp. Today, we are facing a huge human-driven climate crisis where the transport sector is responsible for 1/4 of the European greenhouse gases emissions. And 46% of such emissions are coming from road passenger transport. At the same time, due to the COVID-19 crisis that are affecting all of us, most of people are ready to change their habits. In particular, 70% of people want to change their own habits and reduce their CO2 emissions. And 72% of people want organizations to be more sustainable. And so we asked ourselves, how might we let citizens, organizations to play a key role for a greener and smarter future? And well, our answer is our service. It's called Move, and it's an entertainment platform turning safe and sustainable mobility into a team sport. It's basically a game played through a mobile app. You download the app and you can track your sustainable travel. So every time you are walking, cycling, using public transportation, or doing carpooling, we track your movements and we provide you points according to the length of your route and the sustainable mobility means you have chosen. And then at the end, we certify your travel. We provide you a recap, so some information about your sustainable choice. And then we use these points to let you play several game dynamics that are inspired from sports or from sport experiences. So training sessions, individual challenges, and even team tournaments. we are able to certify through an algorithm that has been certified the amount of CO2 that every user can save by just playing Move, so the kilograms or tons of CO2 saved. And we collect and analyze a lot of data, mobility data, that can be used lately for designing new sustainable mobility plans and policies. And we can even send surveys in order to get in contact with our players. But the most interesting thing is the results that we collected so far. During our first 2 years of testing that we conducted in the context of an Horizon 2020 project, active users demonstrated to reduce their CO2 emission by 32% on average, which is a really nice result. What we're trying to do now, approaching companies, universities, schools, organizations, and providing sustainability and entertainment. We can engage and provide incentives to customers or employees. We can certify the impact and the CO2 saved by a community playing with our game. And we can also provide support for mobility management activity, such as the drafting or on-to-work or on-to-school travel plans. What we are doing in the context of the DigiCirc Accelerator, so what we've done in the latest month that coincided with our journey in this wonderful accelerator, we started by developing 2 pilots, 2 proof of concept. The first one, it was a challenge launched in the city of Palermo together with DOT, shared mobility service provider, in the month of May. And then we launched a tournament among high school students in Piedmont, northern part of Italy, funded by Fondazione Cinergy. 12 high school played together in order to find the most sustainable one. And here are the results that we collected. Very nice results, 1,200 downloads, 29% of active users, and more than 30,000 sustainable kilometers traveled. What we're doing now, what we're going to do in the next weeks and months, we are launching 2 new competitions. One is called Serie Move. It's a tournament that will last from now until May, and it's a tournament for Serie A football fans. And next week, we're going to launch another tournament funded by European Project UMOB. It's a tournament among 16 universities in Europe. At the same time, we're working in order to release another tournament in the month of November. We would like all the high school students in Italy to play together. We already have engaged 300 high schools, and we will continue to do that in the coming weeks. And we will keep exploiting the collaboration with DOT, and we're going to launch new challenges both in Italy and in Europe in the coming weeks. This is our consortium. It's based by Move Corp, our company, together with ENCO. We're both Italian companies, expert in mobility, consulting, engineering, sustainability, and so forth. And I would like to close with a very unexpected outcome. We had the chance in the latest months to work together with the Italian Ministry of Mobility and Transport, helping them to draft their own on-to-work travel plans. This is something they're very proud about, and we hope that we'll have the chance to do it in the future with other ministries and other organizations. Thanks a lot for your time, and of course, if you got questions, I'm here just to answer that. Thanks again. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Domenico. Thank you very much. Clarity of speech and on time.
Maybe I can start. So thank you very much for this presentation. The numbers of partners are quite impressive. So congratulations. And also the gamification part is great. So the user design is very much appreciated in this project. I had questions about more skills in urban studies or mobilities. Do you have, how is the team composed inside the company? Do you have also urban planners or people that are specialized in the field of mobility? And what kind of data do you use to make the pass? You know, like if you want to go from A to B, what kind of transportation mode do you have? Do you have access to this real-time data? How does the mobility data part works?
Okay. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Joanna, for the nice word. Let's start by saying that our team is well structured because we have all the R&D department, because all the technology has been developed inside our company. So we have developers, graphic designer, UX designer. As you said, the UX is very well detailed. We care a lot about that. But we also have engineers, urban planning, transportation engineer. They are helping us working with the data and all with the transport issues. So all the issues that are specific and more technically related to mobility. As for the mobility data, we basically track users' sustainable travels. So we are able, by using algorithms, to just certify that if the user said that he or she walked, he or she actually walked. And so we can do the same thing for walking, for cycling, for using public transportation, so buses, trains, and metro. And also we have carpooling as option, or motopooling even. And recently we added electric scooters. We're going to add in the coming months also electric vehicles and other shared mobility services. So the idea is to provide all the options for sustainable mobility in order to meet all the different needs for users.
Thank you.
Question from Dr. Ivonen.
Thank you. I almost lost my mouse pointer. So, the question about in the national scalability, have you recognized any challenges in different cultural contexts when you are applying this kind of solutions?
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot. Yes, definitely. As I mentioned during my presentation, we had the chance to start our journey with Move in the context of an Horizon 2020 project that gave us the chance to work in very different cities in Europe, cities with different cultural, social aspects, different mobility issues. The idea from which we build our platform is to be able to tackle different mobility issues that we can find in different cities, even in different neighborhoods, by leveraging as much sustainable mobility means as possible, by drafting and customizing game dynamics according to the specific needs and the features of a given city, a given territory, or a given block. And so, the platform is extremely customizable, and the idea is to every time design a specific project in order to meet the local requirements.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who are your clients?
Okay. Thank you, Professor. We have basically two kinds of clients. The first is represented by companies, organizations, schools, or university who want to use Move as an internal tool because they want to engage their students, employees, or they want at the same time to do some mobility management activity. They're interested in saving CO2, improving employees or students' lifestyle, basically. Okay. And this is one kind of customer. So people who want to use a Move as internal tool. Then we have also companies or big brands who want to invest for marketing purposes, basically, in order to launch open competition, such as the tournament for the Italian students that we're going to launch. Brands are interested in staying in contact with these people and trying to be part of this movement we want to create. So want to be part of the impact that we want to create.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
And one last question for the last 20 seconds.
Not enough time, 20 seconds. Probably.
That's what I thought too. That's what I thought. Thank you. Thank you very much, Domenico.
Thank you, Abdul.
All right. We're a bit ahead of schedule, which is a good thing. Therefore, we don't have to rush pitch after pitch or putting any pressure on the rest of the consortia, which means that now is the time for a break, and we have quite an extended one. I'm going to call everyone back at 11:35, and we're gonna pause the streaming for now. So this space will be only for us for the rehearsal.
Please repeat the time. 11:35.
11:35. All right, we come back in 2 minutes. The pitches. And we have Vitor that is ready. Vitor.
Yes.
I'm gonna stop the music sharing. We have lost a few people on the YouTube streaming, but hopefully they will come back now as we are following. So you can start your screen sharing. Yes. And also the timer when you talk.
Are you ready? Are we good to go?
You're good to go.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Anyone that enjoys eating shellfish has realized that about 70% of its weight is just shell. It's unedible. It ends up as waste with undifferentiated trash. Goes up to a landfill. Normally, it gets burned for energy production and basically CO2 production. However, these shells are very rich in many different minerals that can be extracted and reused in many different industries. From chitin and chitosan, that's biopolymers in line to be used to replace plastics in some applications. Calcite, aragonite have many different applications from pharmaceutical, agriculture, biomedical industry. And the interesting thing is we don't even need to make that much of an effort to recover that waste and do something with it. We're proposing is simply to expand the existing value chain from farm to fork, that we already developed something for this, that tracks the product across this value chain. And after being consumed, we know how much waste is expected at the end. We can inform the waste collector, the waste processor can then take care of this and then sell the materials. Proteins that are aggregated with this waste can be processed for fertilizer, compost, etc., and produce a truly circular economy around the agro-food industry. So what we're proposing is basically a data management platform. We already know how the animals are created, the shellfish is created and caught, transported, in which conditions are delivered to the gastronomy, in which quantities. So we can calculate how much waste is also expected, so that we can make predictions on how many materials we can extract from it, and already put it up for sale in a marketplace online before they are even collected. So pretty much we have already an IoT infrastructure implemented from farm to fork that we can trace, and we can create different kinds of reports for different applications in legal and auditing and all sorts of labeling for food products. And then we can collaborate with the waste collectors and waste processors to pick up that differentiated waste, process it, and immediately put it up for sale online. So the market that we are talking about here is quite interesting, where it's about 2,000 million euros by 2027 just on kitting, which is about 70,000 tons of kitting at a current market price for 35 euros per kilo. And so we know that there's going to be a demand. It is already growing a demand on the research side, so we can capitalize on this and provide this further. What we see is a slow uptake of IoT technologies to do this kind of food tracing, that we can generate enough knowledge from the waste up until we can capitalize on the marketplace itself, where we can sell and get a commission out of it, a little bit like eBay does, on these quantities of minerals that are being sold. So in the idea, the impact that we are here looking to generate is quite simple, because we are providing a better management of already existing value chain resources. So we already know from farm to fork what's happening. We can continue that into a truly circular approach, from collecting the waste, processing it, etc. We're seeing a complete, also an impact on CO2 reduction, because we're taking out CO2 production from waste burning into producing new materials. So just as a quick number, for Madeira Island, where we are testing our pilot, we are estimating about 100 tons of just limpets being produced per year, and being burned per year. So this is an interesting...
1 minute left.
In terms of social impact, we don't want to create a centralized processing area. This is a decentralized process, because each different center of consumption will have its own waste collector and waste processor to create these materials. And we capitalize on this distributed network to increase its value. And that means also more jobs in all the different sectors. So in conclusion, you should be talking, because we're looking towards the sustainability of driving new regional businesses in different contexts. So from primary to services with a high environmental and social impact. We're talking about working with municipalities to reduce waste management costs and all the CO2 that is produced from it. And we're talking also about a very interesting investment possibility, which creates value out of minerals that were going to be disposed. So we're talking about a disruptive chain of biodegradable products.
Thank you, Vito.
Thank you. Yeah, that's it.
Can I? Have you prepared any kind of a business plan for this activity?
Yes, we have. So we separated the business plan in two aspects. So we're promoting, Innova as the company is promoting the IoT infrastructure for collecting that data that is going to process and give you the values of how much you know where it is in terms of waste to collect and to process, and also the marketplace. That's one value chain, and this is the one that we present here. The other value chain is on the waste processing itself. This is from our partner, Go Limpets, that is taking care of it, and they will have a different impact on their financials.
Are you collecting from restaurants
Yes.
similar thing, or also private houses?
Only gastronomy. So because we have
gastronomy.
Yes, because we have that approach towards delivering it to the different gastronomy centers, we know there how much it was delivered and how much we can collect as well. So for the moment, the idea is to expand in using municipalities, and this will impose a different approach in terms of handling direct persons and separating trash.
Which kind of use you expect to have for these products?
So in terms of kitting, it's being researched as a biopolymer for different applications to replace plastics in research. So we have a few contacts with research institutes that are currently buying kitting. That's why we know that the price is 35 euros per kilo. And they are doing experiments on where they can apply those materials that are biodegradable and in which applications. So this is our first step. And the other step is, of course, entering industrial production. For that, we need large quantities. to be able to produce enough products that make an impact. That's why our timeline is a bit shifted to 2027.
There's a question from Dr. Juvonen, and maybe we can come back to Professor Nicolaic.
Yeah. Thank you. I think I partly got my answer already, but I'm still asking. You mentioned that there will be the possibility for disrupting new products. So it seems that this is a new side stream, or does it somehow replace existing side streams coming from elsewhere?
No, what I meant with disruptive new products, I meant as the applications of these materials. So in terms of ketene and ketosane, but also calcite, for biomedical applications, they're being researched also to integrate hydrogels for tissue engineering. So this means future implants into the human body with biocompatible products that can regenerate and grow cells on. So those are disruptive streams that are only going to be possible to exploit if the material is available and at affordable rate. If they are not available, even if the research says, yes, this is good, we can't practically use it in a daily basis. So we see the different industries and having the materials available for not only for research, but for industrial applications in large quantities as the go-to point.
Okay, thank you.
I would just to suggest to be very careful on the biomedical application, because the material is coming from a living body, and not all registration office will give you any kind of a permission to use.
Yeah, that is correct. Especially with the allergies to shellfish, this is something that on the traceability aspect, we really need to indicate this mineral came originally from shellfish, and this needs to be indicated. It's part of the medical regulations.
We still have a few seconds of questions.
Yeah. That would be great to discuss with you this further.
Interesting project. In Brittany, in France, there are lots of research happening right now, so on the same subject, with SMEs specializing in making and designing objects from this material to replace plastic. So this is very promising.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vitor.
Welcome. Thank you. See you soon.
Thank you. Now I'm going to call Byewaste, calling Tommaso. Yeah, I can see you.
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
You can start sharing your screen.
I'm good. Sure. Let me share the screen.
And you remember, give me a heads up.
Yeah. Can you see the screen, guys?
Yes.
Okay, great. So then, welcome everybody.
Wait a second.
Please.
Maybe the jury is not ready yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I start?
Please.
Okay, great. So again, welcome everybody. My name is Tommaso. I am the founder CEO of Byewaste. But first, let's ask why Byewaste? Because for years, I had no idea what to do with my old clothes, my broken smartphone, and all the chargers and books I've accumulated so far. I had to get rid of them, but I didn't want to throw them away in the normal trash bin. And then, well, I actually realized we have a huge problem. Cities, municipalities are legally pushed to collect more of these high-quality items, but collection remained low, despite large investments and EU directive. On the other hand, citizens are not encouraged to recycle more. And so often they just throw away in the normal trash bin. And this is a huge problem. E-waste is one of the fastest growing waste stream in the world, causing an environmental loss and a financial loss. And unfortunately, it's not the only one. Every second, one truck full of textile is burned in the world. But what if we have a solution to make easy for 200 million European citizens to get rid and give a new life to all the valuable items? And this is how Byewaste was born, to help you to get rid of your waste, which is actually not waste. Byewaste is a platform which connects citizens who have items at home and collectors who actually want them. For the citizen, it's free. They can decide the most convenient day for their door-to-door collection. They can select among e-waste, clothing, books, and toys, which can be either broken or not. We just take care of it. Then citizens, they get rewards and prize for their action, and they can monitor the second life of their product. This is how the user journey looks like. The citizen, they put the waste with their box after they book a pickup in front of the house. On the other hand, collector can divide the city, the area in different areas. They can assign to riders and then can go to pick it up by using our algorithm to reduce the transportation cost. The waste is then sorted and sold to a second-hand store when it's in good quality, or to producers or to recyclers when it's broken. So ultimately, we want to create a truly circular system. We collect in a sustainable way, and then we sell it to second-hand store and to recycler. Actually, it is good to mention that since the items are being already pre-sorted by the citizens, well, the quality is much higher. And then, of course, we want to collect in a sustainable way where we have the chance to hire low-skilled workers to give them a chance to work. We have a B2B2C model to make money. We first sell the software to municipalities to help them to accelerate how to recycle. They pay a setup fee and a waste fee, a recycling fee based on the material they save from incineration. In fact, a solution costs only a fraction of the taxes they pay every year. They can save up to 60%. And then we sell the items to second-hand store and to recyclers. We are currently focused to make more connection in the Netherlands, but by 2022, we want to already expand and reach 40 cities within the European Union. In the last months during the program, we have launched the second version of the platform together with the University of Rotterdam Behavioral Economy Department. We are active in one municipality where in just 2 months, we have collected 10 tons of valuable items with an average of 20 kilo per pickup, and with a astonishing rate of 70% of retention, which means people are satisfied and they don't come back to the normal methods. Also, the quality is much higher than usual. Meanwhile, we start to activate pilots internationally, like in Portugal, activate Amsterdam, Barcelona, and very recently Venice. I started Byewaste when I was working at the University of Delft with my co-founder, but Byewaste here is part of a consortium together with MarLocFoo from Germany and Mario from Austria. And within the next months, we want to expand from current 7,000 households in the Netherlands to extra 15,000 households. The city paid already the new contract and signed a new contract. And within the next month, we want to improve the last mile logistic using cargo e-bicycles with Green Bicycle. We want to improve the user experience and work on a standard box for the user to simplify our supply chain operation. And we want to go for our marketing strategy and refine our unit economic. So thank you a lot, and happy to answer the other question.
Thank you, Tommaso. Thank you very much.
Nicolais, when you collect the waste, you collect waste with electronic waste and some fabric waste. Yeah. Then you have to divide this waste. Do you plan to do this by hand?
Yeah, of course. Actually, this is now done by our partner, who actually employ low-skilled workers to do this operational separation. I mean, the waste is often pre-sorted, which means the citizen, they give us the waste in different bags. So there isn't so much need to divide it. Of course, later, since we come from the university and we were doing machine to separate waste, we are going to activate this process automatically. But initially, we're going to do manually and work with partners and NGO present.
Okay, and also in this case, we have done a business plan to see how much will be the cost and how much you can gain from the sale.
Of course. Actually, this is the cost of collection. Of course, I mean, we have two waste streams. We are selling the license, the service to municipalities, and they pay €100 per ton. But also, we can make money revenues from the cost of collection. We assume that for a box of 10 kilos, we can get up to from €2 to €5, depended by the quality inside. So in case it is 100%, let's say, waste, which is going to be sold to recyclers, then the revenue is €2. But if inside there is available items, and again, the current collection confirms the quality is much higher than usual, we can make up to €5 per each 10 kilo of items, because we don't like to call it waste.
It's very interesting. I had two questions. The one is there a minimum amount of waste that you have to collect to the people, or no?
No, actually, well, there is no minimum amount, but of course, well, citizens, well, they wait up to, let's say, 2 months before making a new order. But well, currently we are not minimizing them on the lower side. So they can even donate one book, but they often don't do it. Actually, again, we collect on average 20 kilos, and well, they can donate more than infinite amount of kilos. So later on in the future, we're going to cap this maximum to fit within the cargo bicycles.
Okay. And second question is about the incentives. How do you manage or have argumentation for them to use your service instead of back market for refurbishment of mobiles, for instance, or vinting for clothes? Or what? Maybe it's not the same target, but how do you want to?
Exactly. Well, this is not the same target usually, because I mean, actually, well, by speaking with our users, I mean, we realize, the user, they're happy to use this convenient solution for items which has a value, let's say, below €20. So we found in our boxes T-shirts still with the label attached. And then we ask them why. They say, well, because the service is so convenient that they don't want to negotiate with somebody on internet on Vinted to get €10 back. So, I mean, the citizens are very motivated by the sustainability aspects, but of course, the fact it is convenient, it makes all the difference.
Thank you very much for your reply.
We have 1 minute left for questions and answers.
Have you identified competitors? I don't know if you answered this question already.
No, well, of course, I mean, we have competitors, but nobody is offering the service the way we do. The only competitor in the Netherlands is called Sinons, which is, let's say, similar. They also use cargo bicycles, but they often do for businesses, which means they have, for example, restaurants to get rid of their coffee beans. So far, the only competitor, it is the status quo, let's say. Also, let's say, waste companies who are working with the city, they're not our competitors, actually is our partner. Those are the ones who help us to get introduced to the municipalities. Because, I mean, we help them to get rid of a very specific and very nasty problem.
Yes,
which is managing
a design that is very interestingly designed as well. So okay, I understand.
Yeah, so let's say, I mean, we make sexy the waste management.
Thank you. We're gonna end on that note.
Yeah, of course, this is the best. Okay, so thank you a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Welcoming Nadia. Yes?
Yes, hi.
You can start sharing your screen and we give a bit of time for the jury.
Sure. Just try the switch. Okay. Okay.
All right, let's be patient a bit more.
Can you hear me?
Very well, Nadia. Very, very well.
Okay.
I think we are ready, right?
Yes, I'm ready.
I'm asking for the jury. Yes, we're ready. All right.
Okay.
You have the floor.
Hello, I'm Nadia Rambiase and I will represent ABBASSO EM-PATTO project, meaning lowering impact. The consortium is made by Verdessenza Mercato Circolare. Verdessenza is a cooperative that developed a project of collecting buying group for a commercial activity Mercato Circolare is an innovative startup with social vocation, with skill on circular economy and digital technology. So we see that more and more businesses want to sustainable product to run their business, but they face the barriers on the price. ABBASSO Impatto project want to be a creation of a digital B2B platform for collective purchase of sustainable product for commercial activities to reduce the price. The goal of the project are facilitating access to sustainable product at an affordable price, scaling the impact on the city of Turin, where we are based, creating a replicable model in Europe, and stimulating the civic engagement of the participation of the citizens. About the competitors, we can find the competitors in other platform on buying group specific for B2C and on the wholesale market for B2B. But today, there are no other activities dedicated to promoting B2B collective purchasing for sustainable product. Our users are direct and indirect. The direct one are also our clients, bar and restaurant at the beginning, hotels and office in the future, and the suppliers of bar and restaurants. And the tool they will use to be linked each other is the web app ABBASSO Impatto. Indirect one are citizens that can choose to be customer of bar and restaurants of ABBASSO Impatto bar and restaurant thanks to the Mercato Circolare app. The pilot will start in the district of Turin with 20 bar and restaurant already partner of the old project, and we are going to offer 4 typology of product and services of suppliers that are already partner of the old projects. Thanks to DigiCirc, we have developed a mock-up of the platform that I will show you later. And our revenue model is based on transaction fee, on the purchase made to the platform, and on the subscription fee from the second year. We can see that the costs are mainly related to the human resource one. The profit are negative at the first year. The break-even point we reach in the second year. And then the growth since the 4th and 5th year, especially when we are supposed to reach Milano City 2. We can count on a strategic partnership. We have Città di Torino and Confesercenti, a local association of business in the trade, tourism, services and craft that will help us in the marketing activities. And then we have eMotion, our logistic partner that will help us also in a national scale. The impact of the project are economic one, environmental and social impact. We are going to use the DigiCirc fund to implement the platform for management, marketing, business development activities, and services purchase, and for the research of new funding. Here is the team, the 10 of us, and now I try to show you how the platform will look like. Here is in Italian right now, because we're going to speak in Italian activities.
And 1 minute left.
The claim, we can discover more about the project with more information. To use the platform, we need to log in. After the login, the user can either participate in a buying group already active and find more about the product, or he or she can also activate, start a new campaign, and the platform will send notification to all clients of the new campaign active and the deadline of it. And here is the payment sheet, and to the personal page. Okay, maybe. There is also some more information about also the footprint, ecological footprint of the purchase.
Thank you, Nadia. Thank you very much.
Okay, and then that's it. I think
and now opening the floor for questions from the jury. But you could keep the website on. You can keep a presentation. You can keep a presentation.
Okay, thanks.
And welcome also to Tommaso Vinesh, that is also here to answer the questions.
Hello.
Thank you very much for this presentation. So I understood that this is an existing project for which you added a platform, right? So if you could tell us more about the previous activity, and I think this is a very interesting project on B2B e-commerce. In France, we have the companies that specialize in B2B infrastructure like this, but I don't think that this is an existing service. So this is very...
I start and then... I will start, and then Tommaso, if you want, you can add something. Yes, the project is an analogic way. So there was not any digital infrastructure. So it was very limiting, very few bar and restaurants, and also difficulties in manage all the order and the logistic. In this way, we want just to scale thanks to the technology, but keeping all the sustainable principle of the proximity, the social relationship with the supplier and the clients.
Yeah. Can I say something about it? Verdesenza, we are a more traditional company, and we have a long experience in buying groups. And in fact, the consortium, it's working well with a company that it's have the same subject in mind, so eco-sustainability, but have a very IT, a very technological way of working with sustainability, which is Mercato Circolare. And so combining our works, we can reach more people, and so we will scale and become bigger thanks to the informatization and the technology that Mercato Circolare is bringing to the project.
Please, Dr. Juvonen.
Thank you. Considering your customers, what would be the main motivator or motivators to use and pay for using this platform?
Mm-hmm. Yes, there is awareness growing about sustainable products, still from the clients of the bar and restaurants. So it's a reputation way to put in the market. The real problem is the price. We put one data that there was a survey show that the almost 10% of the reality interview are interested in sustainable procurement. But the problem is the price. So the idea is, okay, start join together and lowering the price, but without go dumping. Do the right price always.
Thank you.
Any question? Professor Nicolai, yes.
It's okay. Clear.
Okay. Then it's time. All right. Thank you very much, Nadia. Thank you very much, Tommaso.
Thank you to you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Welcome, Samia.
Yeah, I'm here. Let me put up slide.
Perfect. We see it quite well. Are we ready?
Ready? So let me know when to start.
Yes, you can start. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Sumia. I'm here to pitch CircEco on behalf of DigiTouch as well as our partner Greenpoint. I'm sure you're familiar with this type of situations. So when we are going to supermarkets, we tend to buy fruits and vegetables that look fresh, in good condition, in good shape. So as a result of that, ugly food with good nutritional value are often thrown out. Also, we are living in a society where junk food is really inexpensive, whereas nutritious foods and vegetables often cost much higher. So in that perspective, CircEco is dreaming of a better tomorrow where we are going to reverse these trends and introduce circular economy practices in the food value chain. And we plan to do it in 3 steps. Reducing the food loss and waste by at least 50% through food transformation, bringing people close to inexpensive, healthy food, enabling socially as well as environmentally sustainable and responsible generation, and encouraging local businesses to create more jobs. And the impact of these steps will be enormous in the long run, as we have found out. So, for example, saving almost 100K meals per day and more than 100 million tons of food waste by 2023, reducing greenhouse gas emission by almost 10% from food waste landfills by 2023 and more, as you can see in the slide. If I come back to today and take a hard look across the world, we find out that there is a limited agricultural land that must support the ever-increasing population across the earth. Water is also becoming a scarce resource. So on the other hand, 1/3 of the food produced is actually going to waste and ends up in landfill, producing not only harmful gases for humans as well as for the environment. So from this perspective, CircEco is designing a solution to solve these issues using a secure and trustworthy online marketplace, which enables repurposing food that would otherwise be wasted. It will bring numerous socioeconomic benefits to the European cities and regions, for example, saving resources by transforming close to expiry, ugly, and surplus food items into new food products, which will achieve full circularity, generating revenue for the marketplace users, bringing secure, privacy by design, digital transformation to the agri-food domain. We have created a double-sided business model covering B2B, B2C, and C2B channels in this project. We are initially going to start with a B2B model in Slovenia because our partner GreenPoint has a very wide base there. And our customers will be farmers, food processors, and HoReCa sector who are already linked with GreenPoint. Then gradually it will be made operational for private citizens as well as then replicated in Tallinn. The marketplace has already achieved a TRL 7 at the end of the second phase. It introduces several technical innovations, including managed data lake, microservice-based architecture, blockchain-based food traceability capabilities, as well as very advanced cybersecurity, data privacy, as well as data protection features. So when we come to the go-to-market strategy, so we have figured out as well as worked on a strategy starting from creating attention as well to the retaining customer base for us, for the platform. We have planned different level of influences crafted very specifically for each case that you see in this slide. Since we are planning to digitalize a very traditional sector, a blended commercial strategy will be adopted by using social media, digital media, as well as other digital tools. We have a very strong policy for customer retention through customer service, customer care services, as well as loyalty programs. Now, our competitive advantage stems from 5 main factors. First of all, user-friendly and secure platform, then food quality control and logistics support provided by GreenPoint, which has an extensive network in Murska Sobota in Slovenia. Then data-driven business model, which analyzes food waste as well as buying patterns. And finally, both DigiTouch and GreenPoint
1 minute left.
Part of the DIH AgriFood, which has almost 800 plus prospective B2B customers in its network. So that's an enormous potential customer base for us. Our financial projections are done, prepared, keeping in mind a self-sustaining business model. CircEco will break even around mid next year, as well as resulting in profit by the end of 2022, assuming we are starting operations in October. And finally, I'll conclude by giving you some information about our commercial sustainability. So in this case, DigiTouch and GreenPoint have a plan to bring it to the European scale, as you can see here. And we are seeking to raise an investment of 5 million euros for the operations covering for the next 6 years until 2027. Thank you. And I'm ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, Samir. Thank you very much. You can keep the presentation if you'd like.
Yes.
When we are using, let's say, this reused food, how you can be sure on the safety of the food that you are treating?
Exactly. So that is the role of our partner GreenPoint. They will employ a person who is ensuring the quality control of the food that is resold or repurposed through our platform. And we will find a similar partner in every country, in every region that we are scaling up.
And how you can collect the food so that the time that is just you need to just bring the food in your factory and then you have to sell. How you do this?
Yes, we are planning to start with the fact where the person who wants to sell the food will bring it to GreenPoint in Slovenia, and the person who wants to buy it, they will come there and pick it up. And when the operations start to scale up, we will use the logistics network of GreenPoint that is coming with their service. So for Tallinn and other cities, we will actually work with a third-party logistics provider in all the cities where we are scaling up.
Thank you very much for the presentation. That's very interesting. I had a question about the type of food. Will you focus on fruits and vegetables, or will you also have transformed food that is close to consumption, or would you also plan to transform this fruits and vegetable into ready-made products? What type of food?
Yes. So, well, when we commercialize, so we will start with fruits and vegetables that we have decided a long time back, and gradually we will scale it up to other type of products like dairy products, meat, etc. Then coming to your second question, DigiTouch nor GreenPoint, they are going to make this food transformation. So, for example, if we have a farmer who is bringing, say, 5 kilos of tomatoes that have not been brought at the end of the day and it's close to expiry. So there would be companies like which is producing ketchup. So for them, the shape of the food doesn't matter. They need food that is fresh so that they can turn it into ketchup themselves.
This is
so
very
they will
interesting
be,
to find a way to industrialize this. This is a very interesting.
Exactly. So that is why we are starting in Murska Sobota, where GreenPoint has an extensive network of all these players into their network. So it's basically short food supply chain having each and every partner or stakeholder that you can imagine in a food value network. So and that is where we are actually poised to get our first customers. And through their network, we are actually going to be able to sustain it in the region first, then expand to Slovenia, and then replicate it to Tallinn.
Thank you, Sumia. One question from Dr. Juvonen, and 1 minute and a half left.
Thank you. How are you going to prevent some companies or farmers or whatever to dump prices? Because something that has happened in Finland in certain platforms is that there are fresh vegetables sold in very low prices by certain companies or farmers.
Yes, so we have already thought about it. So we have set a minimum value for certain items. So you cannot set a price below that. And this price, depending on the region as well as the price through which farmers are selling to others. So this price has been determined based on a lot of similar factors, and it will be different from Murska Sobota to Slovenia to Tallinn and different cases. But we have already thought about it, and we have sufficient measures to control it in the platform.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sumia.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Thank you, everyone. With this presentation, we conclude the first part of the demo day, whole morning of pitch. Thanking you all for the presentation this morning, and wishing our a good rest. Please rest your eyes from the Zoom. Look at the sky, and come back later at 2 p.m. CET. It is the same for the streaming. And any question that can be asked in the middle, can we confirm? Yes. Yes. So I can confirm that the streaming is cut for only between Hello, everyone. Welcome to this second part of the demo day. This morning, we had already half of the consortia that have pitched their proposal, their projects, and we're going to continue more this afternoon. And a reminder to those who have joined us just now and weren't part of this morning, that in November 2020, the DigiCirc team had opened an open call to select promising innovation for the circular city, which brings us today. Today is the demo day, the closing event of this program, and we have in total 16 consortia that successfully passed all the phases of the accelerator, and today will pitch their solution. At the end of the day, the best 5 will receive 100,000 euro as a financial support and to continue and develop further the innovations. So now I'm going to ask the next consortia to present. Dimitri from e-ReCirc.
Thank you. I'm ready when you are.
Let's go. We're ready. Let's...
My name is Dimitri. Hello?
Sorry, I cut you. My apologies.
Along with UBTech, we're taking the next step towards the next digital step in the circular usage of water. Agriculture accounts for 85% of global water consumption, and along with the fact that the global population is expected to reach 10 billion people by 2050, it is estimated that agricultural production will have to increase by 70%. This will exert great pressure to freshwater reserves, making water recycling imperative for the foreseeable future. We are addressing the food processing sector, which is particularly water intensive and follows wasteful practices. Our product offers reduced water costs by remediating and reusing wastewater, reduction of pollution emitted to the environment, and improvement of revenue from the exploitation of nutrients or value-added compounds present in wastewater. The advantages of our product are the fact that it can be fitted within existing facilities, or it can be used as a standalone wastewater treatment plant for small facilities like small food processing plants or wineries. It requires zero capital expenditure. Mobile units are leased rather than sold on a product as a service basis. Customers benefit from the fact that wastewater treatment operation can be financed by the exploitation of value-added compounds, the flexibility of co-exploitation model for them, and it is a turnkey solution that requires no customer knowledge or specialization. It offers a simplified decision-making by employing artificial intelligence and machine learning. Finally, it improves corporate, social, and environmental responsibility image. A brief description of the process. First of all the suspended particles are removed from the wastewater stream, and the value-added compounds are selectively adsorbed on sorptive material, followed by extraction and purification. The remaining wastewater is then subjected to both physicochemical and biological processes to reduce organic pollutants, rendering it suitable for reuse. Finally, the decision support platform decides, depending on the water quality, as well as the demand for it, whether to send it back to the industrial process for reuse or water nearby fields, or simply dispose it to the environment safely. Value-added compounds are naturally occurring compounds with significant biological activity, health benefits, and high market value, ranging from a few euros to a few hundreds of thousands of euros per gram. Here are some examples of such compounds found in fruit and vegetables. We are addressing multiple markets. The global water recycling market is estimated at 26 billion euros, and with the extracted value-added compounds, the phytomedicine and herbal extracts, the natural cosmetics, as well as the nutraceutical dietary supplement markets, estimated at 7, 46, and 313 billion euros respectively. In terms of competition, there's a plethora of products and technologies for water recycling. However, none to our knowledge is offering simultaneous water remediation and recycling and exploitation of the value-added compounds present.
as a turnkey solution or incorporating a decision support platform. Our business model is based on offering this as a product as a service, where customers buys the result and not the hardware. Revenue comes from leasing of mobile units for specific time slots, services such as consultation, feasibility studies, isolation and purification of value-added compounds, and of course, their exploitation. The business plan predicts high growth rates, with revenues of just under 4 million euros in the first year, reaching 18 million euros in year 5.
1 minute left.
Thank you for your attention, and please remember that your vote is very important to us. Thank you again.
You don't even need that minute, huh, Dimitri?
Any questions?
You just explain to me why a company who's using normal water should just go through this osmosis process in order to recycle water. What is the cost that is involved in this process?
It is not an...
I understand that the ecological problem, so I think is very interesting, but also to understand why a company should be interested in doing this.
First of all, let's make clear that it's not a reverse osmosis process. The process relies on adsorption to remove value-added compounds, and then advanced oxidation process and biological treatment for removing organic pollutants. The number one reason why they should do it is because they're obliged to. And we see that very often simple biological treatment, as they commonly perform now in the industry, is not capable of removing all the pollutants. So companies end up paying a high premium for getting rid of their used water. Number two, water is getting scarce. They do need to find more water resources, and when water comes from the ground, they start competing with their own suppliers, which are the farmers. So with this way, not only they manage to cut the cost of buying new water, but they also offer to their suppliers the ability to water their crop, hence not competing for the same resource.
Yes, Dr. Yanov.
Just very, very quick. The water that comes out from the purification that you do has a good property for go in the cycle, the food process that they are operating.
No, by law, by European law, you're not allowed to use recycled water for food processes, but you can use it for secondary processes like cleaning or washing and things like that.
That's clear.
Okay, thank you for a nice presentation. My question is about the figures you presented. Very impressive growth figures. What amount of market share do these figures present? What's the size of the market and where you are in a few years?
The global markets are shown in bold here, and the total addressable markets, or an estimation of the total addressable markets, are shown below. For the global water recycling market, we estimate that the total addressable market is about 4 billion. For the phytomedicines, we believe that is around 200 million. And for cosmetics, around 2 billion. And the nutraceutical or dietary supplement, around 1.5 billion.
Okay, and your share from it in next few years is how much?
Modest estimates say that we are getting less than 1% of each market.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much for the presentation. When was your company created, and do you have already clients or prospects? What is your state at the moment for the company?
The company was founded in 2014, and we have used EU funding to finance our research. We have one customer in the framework of an EU-funded project. It's called Ultimate Water, and the whole project has been funded with 70 million euros. So at the moment, we have one customer, and we have interest from several others, local customers, as Greece is our beachhead market, who are also interested in at least trying the technology.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question from the jury? We have about a minute. Thank you, Dimitri.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Welcoming Fahd from CircUMAX to get ready and start with the presentation. Thank you. We're going to give the jury a few seconds. All right. Please. Fahd, you can start. Fahd, your mic is off. We will not hear you.
Do you hear me? Yes? Okay. Sorry for that. Hello, I'm Fahd Jameh, the founder of AGORIC and CircUMAX consortium leader. Let's talk trash. Just kidding. We produce too much waste. In addition to being unsustainable, it is becoming more and more expensive for municipalities to manage it. Studies over the past 20 years are unanimous. In average, pay-as-you-throw or PITE schemes help to reduce residual waste by 40% and to increase recycling by 20%. So the question is, why? Why not all European cities deploy PITEs? The answer is that drop-off systems, which allow billing by household, need high investments, available space, and are not user-friendly. So the problem is that no easy way exists for dense municipalities to individualize PITE per household in collective housing. No major market player tried to solve this issue. We did. We offer municipalities smart bin services to drive a major change in citizens' perception, as all households will know their real waste production, ensure fairness by no longer charging households based on their property tax, and save money on the increasing costs of incineration and landfill. How does it work? CircUMAX equips existing bins. You unlock the bin with a badge. Once you throw your waste, the bin shows the weight of your deposit. As you close it, the information is transmitted, and you can have access to your deposit history on your mobile or web application. You can also compare your data with the average waste production of your building, neighborhood, or city, and have access to your invoices. Municipalities can then use this data to optimize waste management and bill households individually. Our smart bin system is covered by a French patent, avoids about 35 kilograms of CO2 per capita per year, and the feasibility of its certification as a weighing instrument has already been validated. Data transmission is done through IoT LoRaWAN technology which is very energy efficient. Municipalities' interface is based on Unicos technology and allows account management, optimization of collection rounds, and targeted communication with users. Household interface, in addition to data visualization, allows bin unlocking by NFC smartphone and provides an ads module to donate objects to your neighbors instead of throwing them away. The Waste Framework Directive has set ambitious recycling targets and encourages member states to use economic instruments such as PITE. In France, our first market, this has resulted in a legal objective of 25 million inhabitants covered by PITE in 2025. Today, 5.6 million inhabitants are covered, but only 500,000 live in urban areas. The gap is huge. In addition, taxes on treatment are significantly increasing. This puts pressure on municipalities to rationalize waste production. We met with 4 urban municipalities representing more than 3.6 million inhabitants, and they have confirmed their struggle with collective housing and want to test our solution. Finally, I'm pleased to announce that we have obtained a letter of support from the city of Issy-les-Moulineaux, bordering Paris, to request a grant from the region for the deployment of a pilot project on 5 buildings. Our business model is that of a pre-collection operator. Our revenue structure at this stage includes 3 streams: the sale of smart bins at a unit price of 330 euros upfront, an O&M fee of 100 euros per smart bin per year, a platform access fee of 10 euros per household per year. Since 80% of recyclables collection and treatment costs are borne by the extended producer responsibility, savings on residual waste permit to a city like Issy-les-Moulineaux to reach a break-even point in 3 years. DigiCirc grant will be used to develop a second version of the prototype to extend our patent to other EU countries and produce a pre-series of 20 units. The experimentation will be funded by the region Île-de-France with the support of our partner city. In conclusion, DigiCirc is the launching pad that will allow us to reach a turnover of 3.4 million euros in 4 years and to employ 40 people, of which 23 come from professional integration. So let's care for our waste. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Fahd. And we're gonna welcome also your colleague, Clément Marty, for the question and answer.
Yes, hello.
We're gonna start directly with the question from Dr. Juvonen.
Thank you. Did I understand correctly that there is a mechanism from paying for waste currently? So this is only a new, more wise mechanism to pay it more fairly.
Yeah, actually, PITE, for example, if we take Finland as an example, PITE is in all municipalities in Finland. It is generalized.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
statistics shows that sorting rates in Helsinki, for example, as a dense city, as much lower than in the countryside where 1 bin equals to 1 house. So when people pay collectively, they are not incentivized to sort correctly and to divert, for example, bio-waste from the incineration or the landfill.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe this is a mix of comment and question that in Finland, for example, if there will be fees and not incentives, that someone may dump their waste to forest or somewhere. So do you see that as a problem elsewhere?
Yes. Actually, when PITE is implemented, we see that 3% of people under PITE can generate illegal deposits, but this doesn't stay for a long time. It stays only for 2 to 3 years. But after that, everyone respects the PITE system because everyone cares about their city. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, and thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. The subject is is great. I had two questions. The first one is about the composition of the team. How many people are you in the team today, and what are the skills of this team? And the second question is that you mentioned local authorities, but do you also discuss with property managers or social housing actors?
Yes, thank you. Regarding the team, our team covers all the skills needed for the development of the final solution. And in addition to all the skills covered for the experimentation, we are advised by one of the most important actors of smart cities in France, and 2 senior lecturers specialized in waste management engineering and environment psychology. We are also advised by a PhD on personal data protection, who works already with the public sector as a data protection officer of the municipality of Angers in France. Regarding the clients, our go-to-market strategy encompasses 2 scenarios. The first scenario is to contract directly with municipalities. And the second scenario is to partnership with a big environment actor like Veolia, Suez, de Richebourg, etc. Because these actors are service providers of municipalities, and municipalities told us that they can put on their specifications on the call of tenders that they want smart bins for the individualization of the billing on their city. So this is the 2 major scenarios.
Okay, thank you very much.
1 more minute for the questions.
Everything was very clear. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Otherwise, if Clément wants to add something, otherwise we can move on.
No, that's good. I'll let Fahd explain everything because he knows the subject perfectly. Thanks everyone for listening.
All right.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Fahd. Thank you, Clément. All right. I'm going to call now GTW with Vincent Jamier. Ah, bah, you're here. So Vincent, we see the presentation mode. You need to switch. Like yes. Perfect. Are we ready, dear Jerry? I see noddings. Thank you for your patience, Vincent.
Welcome. I have to wait for the jury, isn't it?
Yes. Give a bit of time. It was, I guess it was way easier at the beginning, freshly from the morning. Now we have the after lunch drowsiness. All right. You have the floor, Vincent.
Perfect. Then I will start. Let me present you GreenThermoWalls, which is principally targeting 2 main issues of cities. The first one is the pollutant removal, as air pollution kills 7 million people every year. And the second one is the high agglomeration of buildings with critical needs for thermal insulation. As you may know, buildings generate 28% of global CO2 emissions, of which 70% is due to space heating and cooling. To do so, we have combined 2 innovative solutions: SafeProof, patented by Investmat, with a thermal insulation polyurethane foam with advanced fire safety that can be applied in outdoor applications; and LiftSkin, patented by Circularity, with a green wall that can be sprayable to a wall with a fast implementation. This allows us principally to implement green thermal walls in existing walls with a layer of insulation and a layer of vegetation. You can see on the bottom right the MVP that I've been developing during the DigiCirc program with the plant growing on the polyurethane floor. As above sprayable, we can apply the solution to our drones, leading to quite a lot of benefit. The first one, as any green walls, we can effectively remove air pollutant and have a significant beneficial impact on the psychology of citizens. Then going beyond any green walls, we have been able to increase acoustic damping by 32 decibels, reducing the noise pollutions, as well as increasing the thermal insulation up to 60%, allowing to reduce electricity bill proportionally. With the use of drones, we reduce the implementation time by 80% without any space limitations. And then finally, we have been able to reduce to 80% the fossil resource dependence of the solution. This allows us principally to go further than the current linear process of green walls, where it's the tedious implementation process use a large number of materials, principally coming from the fossil-based raw materials. Within GreenThermoWalls, the circular approach has been integrating 70 to 80% of bio-based raw materials, the integration of 20% coming from waste as a filler in the formulations, and then we eliminate all the tedious process and the use of scaffold, thanks to the use of the drone for the application. This provides us principally in market opportunity, the first vertical garden with high thermal insulation that can be applied by drones, targeting a total market of 280 billions with a growth of 8% every year. This is driven principally by the high demand of nature-based solutions by citizens, as well as the rocking price of the electricity. Our main clients are city councils of cities of more than 200,000 inhabitants, and also any client that can give access to architects, such as construction company and building owners. Our market strategy is principally to develop a demo site implementation with the City Council of Valladolid, then going to the centralization of the construction sectors, as well as the one that will be validating our environmental impact. Our commercialization will be partly done through fairs specialized in construction and the smart city sector. Our business model, our revenue model, is principally based on the cost installations in the higher price of the green walls, with a recurrent revenue for the maintenance. With an investment of 250,000 euros, we will be able to reach a total revenue of 9.5 million in 2026, starting with Spain, then scaling up to Italy, and then end up to Europe. This will be done to parameters, principally that will be using the plant, the same indigenous plant, the eco index, innovation index of the countries, as well as the pollution of the cities. To do so, we have a team, myself as a business developer, Hugo as a botanical specialist, Pablo as a polymer specialist, and Patricia and Ron to relate directly with the clients. And if you are interested to invest in our solution and be one of the first adopters, do not hesitate to contact us.
Thank you very much, Vincent. I wonder if we're welcoming your colleagues, Pablo, also for the question and answer. Yes, welcome, Pablo. And the floor is open for the questions.
Hello. Thank you very much for the presentation. Can I have some more details on the process? Because I understand that you just work in different layers.
Yes.
Just have something that you put on a given layer, then another layer, then another layer. If I understand well, it's a kind of laminate that you are building.
Yes. Yes.
The last one of the lamina, the last lamina is inside some kind of seeds for the.
Yes. The seed is one projected with the mixtures. That is
polymers are you using? Always the same polymers do you use? You have polyurethane, I understand.
It's a polyurethane, but it's different formulation of polyurethane with different rate of raw material.
But when the last scheme, when you use polyurethane with the seeds, you don't get any problem of the the acidity of the system that will just reduce the seed growth later on.
This was principally the issue we were trying to look at from the beginning, and as you can see on the bottom right, we've been able to more or less to have the seed going out of the polyurethane and to grow over it.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want a more detailed description of the system, the first layer is a layer that is anti-root layer that provides it avoids the moisture to penetrate into the wall. The second layer is the one that gives thermal efficiency and support for the plant to grow, which is an open cell polyurethane, so the roots can go inside the cells and grow there.
And what is this kind of red part that you have between the first and the second layer?
It's just to highlight there is a different kind of polyurethane.
It's adjusted. So you have kind of interaction between the two layers.
Yeah, both are polyurethane, but from different density and from different microstructure.
One is closed cell, another is an open cell polyurethane.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Okay, thank you. As well, I'm not into this subject very deep, but I own an old house, and air circumvents it by natural means. So when the walls become more dense, thick, denser, how do you manage the air circulation in this dense? Through this dense wall, is it always a machine with condition with circumventing air?
I guess you're meaning the treatment of by the vegetation. Principally, the vegetation is always on the surface, and it's outdoor. Then principally, we mitigating the air pollution from the outdoor, and the air is passing through with the wind passing through the building. Okay. Was I responding to your question?
Yeah, somehow I was just thinking that if the walls are too dense, and how does the air circumvent naturally prevent damages for the structures? I don't know the word, English word, home. It's a kind of
molder.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Are you talking about the respirability of the building?
Yeah, but let's go forward. I can ask it later.
Yes, and we have 1 minute left, so asking for Joanna's question.
That was just because you mentioned the city of Valladolid.
Yes.
Test. Are you in contact already with some research center? We were involved with Valladolid in a European project on energy positive district. So maybe there is a link to do between some of the representatives of this kind of project. This is Cartif, for instance, in Valladolid.
Yes.
Or, already, did you approach this kind of technology centers for your project?
Indeed, Singular Green is already in contact, and they are in a EU project with Cardiff also for previous implementation.
And they are helping bringing some expertise.
Thank you, everyone.
That's okay. I had half of the
Thank you, Pablo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Going on, Miguel Sanchez for PVAccelerator. Yes.
Can you hear me? Can you see me well? Perfect. Can you see the screen as well?
Yes.
May I start then?
No, just a few seconds.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you for your patience. I know it's a bit repetitive, trying to still have the same framework for each consortium to be fair for everyone. All right, looks like we're ready. Yes, I see some noddings. Please go ahead, Miguel.
Okay, thanks. So hi, everybody, and welcome to this presentation of the PVAccelerator Consortium. First of all, a little bit about the context. We all know for the ambitious goals of 2030 for the European Union, like the Fit for 55 and the Renewable Energy Directive, by which we are expecting to reach a goal of 40% renewable energy by 2030. And for this to happen, we need to install at least 50 million PV modules per year. If we want to leave no one behind in this transition, we need to count on self-consumption on energy communities as well, because that way we can increase the life quality, reduce energy waste, and we also help to empower the citizens and reduce inequalities. But if we want this transition to happen in a timely manner, we need citizens to also play an active role in the transition. There's a problem with that. From the point of view of the buyer, the problem is trust. So there is no trial period in PV. This is not really a mainstream product, and you need a long-term commitment. Also, it is hard to understand for the average buyer. From the point of view of the seller, the problem is communication, because professional-looking proposals take a lot of time to make. They need to be precise, and at the same time, they need to focus on the end customer and not so much on the engineering side. The end result is that we have a lower than 10% success rate in the pre-sales phase. That is where we come in. We offer a business-to-business software as a service solution with a usage-based pricing model. So in a nutshell, what we are offering is different stakeholders a platform to create proposals in 5 minutes. That means to save time and also increase sales at the same time to create attractive proposals that are easy to understand. According to our own customers, what we are offering is a 3 times to 10 times return on investment. This is not really a prototype. This is actually in production, and you can come visit us at eeco.io if you are curious, and you can actually even try the platform for yourself. We have actually been getting traction in Spain with PV installers, and even though we are a young startup, we started getting our first customers during the second quarter of 2021. We reached a total of 11,000 revenue, and then in the third quarter, we reached 40,000 revenue. We're expecting to close the fourth quarter of this year with 80,000 revenue, always talking about non-cumulative revenue. So why did we join this program, the DigiCirc program? We wanted to maximize the impact that our solution can have. So we needed to internationalize the solution. So due to the growth and potential of the Portuguese market, we decided to partner with RDA, our partner in the consortium. And during phase 1, we successfully developed the changes required for internationalization. During phase 2, we also started working with new customer segments like energy agencies and electricity retailers. And we also successfully developed new use cases like energy communities and new features like the impact forecast. We also developed during the phase 2 the go-to-market strategy in Portugal that we will execute during phase 3. So it consists on a couple of different phases and some activities and some KPIs. We won't be able to go through all of them in detail, but maybe we can at least focus on 2 of them. The attraction and activation phase, in which we expect to reach 70 registrations and 26 private demonstrations, and then the revenue phase, in which we expect to reach 10 customers and at least 4,000 monthly recurring revenue. This is our roadmap for Portugal. So as you can see, during the last quarter of this year, we're expecting to get new customers through direct contact and then switch gradually through the first quarter of 2022 to inbound marketing. During the rest of the year, 2022, we expect to grow in this market to reach a total of 45 active customers with an average of 23,000 monthly recurring revenue. We also expect to consolidate during the next year in 2023 by reaching 79 active customers and an average of 50,000 monthly recurring revenue. So this is, of course, a financially sustainable project, and counting on the grant, we will be able to be profitable in less than 1.5 years, counting as well on all the sales and costs associated. The grant will be distributed as it is shown in there. So mainly it will be staff costs. We'll dedicate 50% to commercial, a little bit to support, and a little bit to development as well. And we will also spend some money on marketing, legal, and structure and exploitation. This is a project with a great potential, and Portugal is just the first step for internationalization because we have built a completely scalable solution. So, of course, our plan is to jump into other European countries in the next year. This is also a very impactful solution because we can increase the rate of PV adoption for self-consumption by 200%. We can increase the efficiency of the installations by 15%, and we are helping small and medium enterprises. So we are helping to create a healthy competitive market that at the end results in an overall better service for the end user. And that's all. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Welcoming also your colleague, Jorge Rodriguez.
Hello, everyone.
What you are really selling is mainly simulation on what will be the efficiency of your solar cells?
Yeah, so what we are offering companies is a platform that has an integrated solution. So part of that platform is the simulations, of course. So we simulate not only the generation, but the savings, the payback, all the economical results that are important for the end customer. But in the same platform, you can do all the design, like a 3D design, which actually gets integrated in the report that you share with the end customer, so they can visualize a 3D scene with all the panels located apart from all the numbers and all the results. And we integrate also a database so that they can select the specific module, the specific inverter. They can upload the consumption profiles for the customers so that they can actually design good installations. So it's not only about designing faster, it's always about guaranteed that the design is always good and precise.
Your clients are mainly people that are installing the
Yes, so the professional tool that we offer is meant to be used by professionals as well. Yes, we also offer a simplified version that it is more tailored to, for example, electricity retailers, so that they can integrate a very simplified version in their website, and that simplified version can be used by the end customer directly, because it's just like 4 steps, very easy. You don't have to do a 3D design. It's on 2D, two-dimensional, and provide very little data to get a rough estimation. So that way they can integrate that in their sales funnels and filter the customers that are really interested before creating a more professional looking proposals that you always have to do if you want to make a good design for the end customer.
And the input data are mainly given to you by the installer.
Yes, exactly. So they need to provide some data, and then there's some other data that the platform automatically gathers for you. So, for example, the data about historic irradiation, or the temperature that has to be taken into account for the production of energy in PV, that is taken or gathered automatically for them. But they have to provide, for example, the location. They have to provide a 3D design of the building so that the platform can generate the report for them.
Thank you.
Thanks to you.
Thank you. Any other question? And Miguel, there was a request if you could put the first slide of your presentation.
Yeah, this one. Sorry.
No, the first ever.
This one.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Any question, Joanna? Yes. Dr. Joanna.
Thank you. You mentioned in the background material that there's one competitor from in United States markets. Has there been? Have you recognized any other competitors? And if not, how probable you think that there will be in near future other competitors?
Yeah, so that was definitely, as you see, the first slide that we have prepared. So we, of course, have many competitors, and we have a big table with many properties and unique selling points comparing all of them. But I think it has been simplified here in this slide. So basically, we can classify them as some are completely inaccurate, and surprisingly, many companies still use inaccurate tools. Some are accurate, like, for example, PVAccelerator, which is de facto standard in the industry. And there are some that are integrated and that have that mindset of always trying to generate reports that are not so technical, not so oriented for an engineer, but for the end customer. Sorry?
1 minute left.
Okay, thanks. And our competitor and the competitor that we like to be compared with is Aurora in the United States. So in their case, they've got like millions of fundings in the last 2 years, a total of 300 in that case. So we want to be the Aurora of Europe. And also we have a different focus with respect to the energy communities, which they don't have implemented.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, that was the first slot of the afternoon. We're gonna have a short break, coming back all at, let me check, at 3:15. So in half an hour. We're gonna stop the streaming now.
Yes.
Thank you. everyone, and welcome back to this last slot of the presentation of the consortia project. Right after that, we're going to have 4 pitches, which will lead us until 4 p.m. At this point, we'll open another space, which will be much more interactive with a networking space. Maybe you've heard about this this tool called Spatial Chat, which allows quite some interaction that is a bit different than Zoom, a bit different than the breakout rooms. So hopefully you will stay until then. And yeah, I'm gonna now call for the first pitch. I'm gonna just check if all the juries are here. I can see Dr. Ivonen is here. I'm gonna wait just a bit for Joanna. All right. A bit more about the agenda, about the program. The results will be announced later at 6:15 here in the Zoom and also on the streaming. And yeah, you can expect the results around that at 6:15. All right. I can see that now our jury is ready, and you can start sharing your first slide, Jesper, and I can get started with the timer.
Can you hear me, Abdul?
Yes, I can hear you. I can see the slides. All right.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, welcome to the DTCC project, which will present the tool Looper Urban Mining. The DTCC project is founded by Jeppe Rasmussen, CEO at Woodsense, an IoT developing company within the construction industry, and I, myself, Jesper Sørensen, CEO at Rexcon System, a product developing and manufacturing company within the construction industry. Hence, we both operate within the construction industry. We are both aware of the industry's linear methodology, all the way from production to disposal, and the pain of making a green and circular transition in it due to lack of data, especially product data and traceability not being available or hard to retrieve when needed. Present-day methodologies of the industry causes a tremendous stress on our planet. Seen in a global perspective, the industry consumes 40% of global resources, causes 39% of global emissions, and generates 30% of global waste streams. Within the DTCC project, we have been working on measures to minimize these imprints. Our ambition is to close the loop of resources going into the industry and make them circulate in between building projects by reusing them rather than disposing them. When talking of resources going into an industry, it is resources that these we target: wall elements, steel beams and columns, windows and doors, rafters, etc., etc. The way we will make it feasible to reuse the resources going into the industry is by giving each and every resource a digital material passport in the form of a chip which links the resources to its associated product data and in the same time makes it traceable. This will make the resource data available on demand, on site, independent of time, and create value for future generations wanting to reuse the resources. Creating and installing material passports onto resources also creates value today by enabling circular business models for both building product manufacturers and architects. But it also creates value for project developers striving to get a sustainability certification for their projects. As such, material passports help raise the overall scores in these projects, making them achieve higher certification levels. We will get back to this subject in a moment. Our journey of the material passports start at the manufacturers making building products to the industry. Here the passports are installed onto the products and encoded with its origin, composition, geometry, specs, capabilities, etc., etc. So when the products are installed on site, they already contain a material passport on it, making it traceable and readable independent of its location. Meaning that in a finalized building, we will have chips located in various layers of it, and the chips will stay there embedded in the construction when occupants move in, use, and leave again over time. And when a building is taken out of use after a 50, 70, or 100 years use period, we are often in today's terminology left with the question of what to do next: dismantle and dispose as we used to do, or strive for a reuse scenario. And it is exactly in those what to do next scenarios our Looper tool makes it feasible and a practical breeze to choose the path that we use, simply by scanning the building with radio waves without any destructive interventions. A scan of a building will extract all data from the embedded material passports and create a list of available resources and its associated product data. From this list, an architect can handpick individual resources and distribute them into new and different projects, creating new and traceable resource streams again and again. actively preparing resources to be reused in the future also creates value today in relation to achieving sustainability certification of a building project, as such measures will add extra points to the project in a certification process, helping it to reach higher certification levels. A report made by World Green Building Council states that certifying a building project will raise its market value by 11.2% in average. And that is why we with the Lupo tool target project developers striving for such sustainable certifications of their projects. And we are, by the way, already in dialogue with Ramble, a global engineering firm which is interested in our solution. The Lupo tool is built around a subscription model where manufacturers subscribe when manufacturing products for projects to be certified and where architects subscribe when mining for resources to future projects. We plan to launch the Lupo tool in Denmark first, then make it available in Scandinavia, followed by Germany, France, and finally via collaboratives in the rest of Europe. To sum up, the Lupo tool will help foster circular businesses, increase market value, and reduce the industry's imprint. Remember the imprint the industry is causing nowadays? By reusing the resources, we will not need to extract the same quantities as today. It will lower the emissions emitted by processing the resources, and by closing the loop, we will not generate waste in the same amount. Remember, we only have one planet. Let's care about it, so it can be a home for future generations as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jesper. Welcoming also your colleague Jeppe.
Yeah.
And the floor is open for the questions.
I enjoyed your presentation. I would like to understand what this methodology can be used for also large building, on just for housing.
Basically, it can be used on all building components. Our main target right now is to embed it on modular components, such as beams and columns, components which can be taken out and used directly into a new project.
Okay.
What are your main customer groups?
Who was asking that question? Okay, Pasi.
Sorry,
okay.
Pasi.
Okay. Our main customer groups is, of course, manufacturing companies, which need to purge these tags that we embed on the building components, but that will also be architect companies in the future. We expect that in a 5 to 6 year period, we would see, especially in projects where leasing is used, we would see the ability to mine for the resources again. So there will be architects and engineers mining for resources in the future. There'll also be customers, but initially it will be product manufacturers.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for a nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. So the tracking is at the beginning of the life cycle of the building, right? But do you have any idea of how to organize this deconstruction processes? Do you have special services related to this? I mentioned a European project that I heard about that's called ReFlow, and it's still going now, I think, and there is one pilot that is on a circular protocol for smart storage with a tracking label for materials at the end of their life cycle. So did you already think about what to do in this deconstruction processes?
Joanna, I just need to clarify, do you mean when we implement this tag, or?
No, it's this tag is for when you build the building, right?
Yeah, true.
Do you have any idea of the processes when this building will be disconstructed?
Okay.
Sorry, my question was not very clear, but
good
it's the
good
end
question.
of life cycle of the building
and
your
good question.
service.
We don't have what's it called, a completely 100% clear answer on that at the moment, but we imagine that that manufacturers purchasing this this service or this tool would turn into or convert into circular business, where they take back their components and resell them into the market again.
Okay,
yeah,
that your service could enable this.
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
that was my question.
I saw that Jeppe wanted to add, or
no? Jesper clarified it clearly at the end.
We have 1 minute and a half left.
Maybe a question about growth and market share. What do you think about them?
In relation to the market size or the market share we can gain?
Yeah, market size and market share you can take with your solution.
I'll just change to this backup slide. This is quantifying the market size. I know it's in dollars, not euros. So it's a $10 trillion global market. Our ambition is to gain, this 1 to 150 million in Denmark market share. I cannot put it in percentage, if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, that answers it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
The floor is now open for Steven and MarLocFoo.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
And your colleague Dusan.
Yes, I'm right here together again.
That's right. All right.
Okay.
So we're going to start. Yes. Wait, thank you.
Sorry.
Are we ready, Jerry? Yes. All right.
Good to go?
Yes.
Okay. We're building a digital marketplace that will revolutionize food distribution by making it more local and circular. Have you ever wondered how your food comes to your table? It is a long way for sure. This is how food distribution works today. It is very linear and very complex. Consumers have lost touch with producers as there are many hands between them. This distribution model takes a lot of time, it is inefficient, and creates a lot of waste, organic waste and packaging waste. People today want to know where their food comes from, who is producing it, and how. They have started to reach out and connect with small local producers, looking for free-from options that they can't easily find in supermarkets. As a result, on social media, we can find these big and growing groups of consumers and small producers where they interact and transact in spite of many limitations that these platforms bring. Food distribution comes with a high amount of packaging waste. Who takes responsibility for that waste? Producers can't, retailers won't, consumers don't. These are Anna and Marco. They have a kid and they want the best food for her. Milan and Lana are small producers. They grow tomatoes. They don't have access to retail chains. This is Maria. She makes jam and juice from her own fruit. Maria and Milan offer their products on our marketplace. Anna orders Milan's tomato and Maria's jam. On delivery, Anna returns the empty jar and crate from the previous order and gets rewarded for that. Empty jar and used crate are being returned to Maria and Milan for a small price. Packaging is being reused and recycled, and everybody profits. Our circular marketplace and supporting logistics makes it easy for users to purchase food directly from small local producers and recycle with ease. We are attacking a huge market here, food and beverages market. What goes in our favor is that COVID pandemic has significantly accelerated online grocery shopping in Serbia as well, and it has a steady growth rate. As a result, the competitive landscape is very crowded, with many different players offering online grocery shopping experience. But our food producers, wholesalers, and other middlemen. We are going to build first circular marketplace for small local food producers. Take this opportunity to support us and be part of this unique project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Stefan.
Thank you.
You could leave the presentation during question if you feel like using some site. Otherwise, the floor is open for the questions.
Sorry. It just.
Very clear. So thank you for a very clear and understandable presentation.
Nice to hear. Thank you.
Since you're hello, and thank you for the presentation. That was very clear. Since your creation, how many clients have you signed, or what is your state at the moment for the company? Do you have already clients? Or?
Yes. So right now on our existing platform, we have 113 companies and around 700 households registered. What we have is like 30% of these registered clients are active users, and plus 20% of them are like on and off users, we can say, even though since COVID pandemic, we have seen increase, of course, in households as clients versus companies, as companies are working remotely more now.
And thank you. Can you say again, what are the incentives for the consumers to bring back the bottles?
Yes. So I would just quickly go back on our slide with how it works. So in the moment when a client returns the used packaging, they get rewarded for that in terms of points. Okay. Which are assigned to their profile on the marketplace, and they can use these points as a discount for their next purchase.
Okay, great. Sorry, I didn't hear that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Thank you for your presentation. How many people are working in this company?
Right now?
Yeah.
We're 5 people right now.
But you also take care of cleaning these bottles or other things that you have to give back to the producers?
So in this point of time, since we are dealing with small producers here, so it's not production in large scale. Therefore, we make agreement during our proof of concept testing to just return the used packaging to them, so they can clean it up and return it to reuse. But if we are going to scale this thing, we will probably need to we will need to build a separate small facility for cleaning up the jars, bottles, and crates as well.
Okay. Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you
both.
Thank you.
Now it's the time for CircUNET. Inviting Eduardo. Here he is already. Yes. You can start preparing the screen sharing, Eduardo, and welcome also Vincent Ogiso, your colleague.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, you can go into, yeah, exactly. All right. All right, we are ready? Yes. Please go ahead, Eduardo.
So good afternoon, all of you. I'm Eduardo Vigo, and I'm the international business developer for the company Sister. Today, I will present you the project CircUNET. CircUNET is the acronym of Circularity of Urban Networks Assessment Tool. Utility networks are obviously fundamental for circular city to improve resource usage and to implement material or energy synergies between supply activities and local resources. Unlike buildings, which are largely covered by circular tools and labels, utility networks are left without specific circularity solutions. So CircUNET addresses these needs to better manage local networks in accordance with the circular economy principle and target SDGs, as you can see at the bottom of this slide, some of them. The proposed solution is a digital assessment tool designed for measuring the circularity of urban networks and services in municipalities. The system, provided in software as a service mode, hosts several questionnaires that are thought to analyze utility networks through qualitative analysis. The interactive web-based solution allows users to obtain a circularity score per municipality and or per network. As you can see in the right-hand side, some of pictures of the solution itself. So most of the networks are owned by cities and managed by private companies normally. This means that cities which want to implement circular economy policies must interact with several stakeholders. And in this sense, CircUNET helps municipalities in one side and utility companies in the other side. So for municipality, we support them to get information from companies about their management situation, analyze this information and communicate them internally and externally to stakeholders and between different departments. For utility companies, we help them to analyze information about networks and management performances, communicate this information externally to the city itself, and set up improvement strategies. Nowadays, there are no evaluation frameworks for the circularity of networks and no digital communication solution about the specific domain. During the acceleration project, we were able to carry out the MVP test in 2 different countries, Italy and France, and we were able to validate several aspects of the digital solution, getting to a TRL 7. In France, we involved ENGIE, an international multi-utility company, to test and validate the gas questionnaire and the usage of the platform itself. And in Italy, we were able to involve the municipality of Cavour to test the whole platform and all the available sets of networks questionnaires. From ENGIE, we received good feedbacks and they were happy about the solution because they have had a good vision of strengths and weakness of their network management. And also they gain new ideas to be more circular in their daily job. During the acceleration program, we were able also to start a collaboration with the Politecnico di Torino. And in this case, the idea was to integrate a systemic vision within the developed solution to better correlate circularity of networks with urban metabolisms. In terms of financial projection, we focus our attention on the French market, and the total market value seems to be around 460 million euro. We are going to have the 2021 an investment period for product improvement and market fit. And the 2022 resource for other marketing activity with 1,000K euro of revenues, break-even point in 2023, and then after in 2024, the game period with more than 1 million euro of revenues. The team is composed by two companies, Sister, that deals with system and data integration to create a digital solution to support governance decisions, and CiTESers that contribute to circular economy with their expertise in urban planning and construction domain. Here you can see some of our customer references, and we will try to leverage on these to scale up our actual solution in a market-wide perspective. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm here and happy to answer to any question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eduardo.
Thank you, really. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have just a curiosity. Are you, who is buying your digital assessment tool?
Who is buying the digital assessment tool? Basically, they might be utility company, like the example of Engie, because they want to understand their situation in terms of circularity, how they manage, how they use material, how they manage the end of life of material and so on. And this is a customer. The other one is the public administration that want to implement a circularity strategy in their cities, basically.
And also the input for your tool are coming from the same kind of companies?
Yes, yes. So they are basically customer and also partners or data providers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question about the competition context. Who are your competitors right now?
Well, we analyzed that part. The point is that nowadays most of the competitors are focusing more on the building domain. So how to optimize the material usage for building sites. But nobody seems to focus too much on utility networks. So how to better manage the pipes and also the usage of energy coming from the specific utility networks. So there is a lack of tools in this sense. And also Engie, that was one of the company that tested our solution, was reporting this stuff to us. Vincent can confirm that.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you very much for the presentation. I had maybe a last question regarding the tool. How is the decision-making process working? Like this is a tool to help for decision-making, right? How does it work? Is there visualization, maps? How do you help the local authorities or energeticians to make this decision? And I understand that you also do consulting and so develop new methodologies. So will you have a combined offer with this tool and then rather classic, if I may express like this, classic consulting activities? How do you
correct. The last part of your sentence is exactly what we are going to do. So starting from the digital tool, we will be able to make an assessment of the state of art of a certain network or city. And then after, thanks to a consultancy service, we will support the client to take improvement strategies on certain domains. In general, the solution is like a dashboard where there are several questionnaires related to the material design, to the usage phase, and to the end of life of the network. And then thanks to these questionnaires, where we collect data from clients, we are able to set up a score in percentage about how circular that specific network is, and if they are able to fill in all the questionnaires available in the platform, there will be then a circularity score for the municipality, because it's the whole final picture of the municipality.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Eduardo. Thank you very much, Vincent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leaving the space for the scoring and calling then the last one for today, Ourkilo, calling Lia, and her colleague Rodolfo. Yes, we can see your presentation.
Yes.
Not anymore. Yes, we can see the presentation.
Oh, ze zien mij niet.
All right. And now we can even see. All right. We can start.
Good afternoon. Are you sitting comfortable? Have you ever thought about the journey the chair undertook to get there underneath you? On average, it takes 635 kilograms of kilo material to transport a furniture piece from the manufacturing to the shop. It's 635 kilograms of CO2 emissions. And then when it enters the shop, 30% never gets bought. It goes to the landfills directly. And out of that, 98% is not even recycled when it ends up in the land shops as well. So as Europe, we made a commitment to have 100 climate neutral cities by 2030. We have a responsibility as citizens, entrepreneurs, and safeguards of tomorrow's generations. My name is Leah, and we have a solution. We have created a truly local circular material supply chain of which we can keep track to our digital system. And with Ourkilo, everything stays in the city. No waste is created. How? Well, we have created a microfactory solution, which is a hardware-software combination for designing, producing, assembling, and recycling. That enables us to produce small-scale and eco-friendly objects from a monostream in a customizable manner. Here you can see our overview. We created from a bioplastic waste stream, which is already in the city. And that stream is growing with a 20% annual rate. And in that way, we can transform that stream into new furniture appliances over and over again. So we don't produce for the landfills. We only produce made to order what is needed. And in that way, by producing it locally, we are also able to drastically decrease on CO2 emissions for transport. We value our kilos. We value our materials. And that approach helps our clients in their own sustainability innovation efforts of closing material loops and diminishing pollution. Our clients will become more sustainable while minimizing innovation risk and generating additional revenue. Yes, the competition is looking towards eco-friendly solutions as well. But we found a niche. We are able to do this in a local, customizable manner. We bring back local jobs and craftsmanship to the cities. And we offer a high-end design from waste streams that are being created by those companies themselves. That is why we have a business-to-business business model. And clients are in need of that. We have 2 pilot customers lined up to test out with us how we could close their consumable plastic waste streams and turn their streams into higher value. One of them is in the fast mover consuming goods industry. It's Douwe Egberts. And they are interested how we can transform their coffee filters into new fronts and bins within their clients' environments. The second one is the local municipality of Rotterdam. And they would like us to transform the cups which are being used in the restaurants into new assets for the restaurants and furnitures within the zoo. So they're both interested to truly change the system and make it circular. With the support of DigiCirc, we would be able to really get our first operational microfactory here in Rotterdam. And of course, conduct the 2 pilots with our customers to see if they are really worth making value streams closed and if we can do it with their streams. Additionally, we would use that money to improve our digital platform and also to make sure that we can show the sustainability efforts of this way of closing material streams. When working in this way, we expect to have 5 microfactories by 2025, which would be our break-even point. When we can make it in Rotterdam, we can make it anywhere. And we would be able to help those cities become climate neutral cities. We will help brands worldwide to become sustainable. And with we, I mean our team with expertise in 3D printing, innovation, design, and business development. We bring to you a new wave of industrial, eco-friendly innovation enabled by a digital platform. And we hope that with your support, we can sit down on closing material loops, 1 kilo at a time in your cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Leah.
Ready to take questions.
Of course, and welcoming Rodolfo. And I see that the jury is starting to get into attacking with the questions.
So when can I? Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. I have a few comments and some questions. Once you receive some materials, polymeric materials that is not anymore used, and they ask you to just make another object, you need to transform this already used object in small particles, and then you need an extruder to just make some kind of filament that can go in a 3D manufacturing that you are trying to use. I think that you are using to make another object. Of course, there are many problems. Are you already planning to get all these different technologies in your company? And after you have been through this kind of technology, your material has been degraded because is undergoing to higher temperature, and this will degrade partially, especially if you are working with PLA or other polymers, and so your object will have less mechanical property compared to the virgin one, the same object made with. So all this kind of activity needs, of course, money, means instrumentation, means people, and the cost of your final object is competitive with the cost.
Maybe we leave some room for the answer because of time.
Yeah, thank you, Luigi, for your valid questions. Our microfactory exists of different components. So yes, we do have a shredder and we do have an extruder connected to it to be able to print these materials. Your worries about the value and the quality of the plastic, we only use bioplastics and we work with mono streams. That means that we can guarantee in the DigiCirc program, we've been able to create our products, minimal fiber products, and it works. So we have proven with all the separate components that we can increase and keep this quality. And since we do it locally and we source our materials locally and we'll collect them by using electronic bikes, we will diminish on the transportation costs in that sense as well.
Okay, thank you.
The second question is about the selling platform. What works also with IKEA is the facility to buy and test, etc. How do you reply to that? And this is a completely different model, so I understand that you don't really follow this. But how do you differentiate from this furniture store that you mentioned?
Well, the first thing, how do we differentiate? We have a business-to-business proposition. So in this case, we would transform the waste stream of a company into assets they could use in their own operations, whether it's within their own local facilities or whether it's for their consumers. So then it would be a business-to-business-to-consumer model. The other way is when there are things are being broken. That's the wonderful thing of Ourkilo. With our digital platform, we know where our kilos are and they can get back to us. And when they're broken, we can shred them and bring them back into the system again. So that's how we can guarantee that there is no waste and it's truly circular.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Leah. Thank you very much, Rodolfo, and your colleague that I see on your right. Well, that concludes this first part of the day. Warm thanks to the whole 16 consortia that have pitched today and to the attention of the 3 jury members and of course the whole team member that is with us. Now we're gonna leave some room for the jury to deliberate and to evaluate all the consortia. And while this happens, we decide to offer this space I have mentioned about networking space. Maybe some of you are familiar with this tool. It's called Spatial Chat. It's a good complementary tool alongside Zoom to create more connection and more similar experience. Welcome to Spatial Chat. I'm going to share the link a bit later on the Zoom. So when you arrive, you can choose a nickname. You can do as I did and set up your image over here.
Okay, apparently we have a crashed computer. So I'm gonna send you a link to the special chat that you can join. And I'm gonna share you also on the chat. Thank you for your patience. Unfortunately, Abdul computer.
Thank you very much. Maybe your company or the consortia that you represent. And then the request will be to activate your camera and your mic. All right. And then you can join the space of Spatial Chat. And you will see that all together and and talking in the breakout room. So inviting you to gather in those spaces. And we have prepared some ice-breaking questions that you can have for the space. And you will also have access to 2 different rooms where there you can meet the consortia, and we have set up the names of each consortia. All right, let's start everyone and let's go back. So we are back live. It's been an intense day, I must say. It's been an intense day. I think it also shows up with the time it was needed to decide, I guess, for the selection of the winners. Definitely. I have the list of the top 5. I just wait for a nod. Maybe Melanie. Is it right? Can we go? Yes. All right. So how are we going to do it? Because I'm trying to build a bit of suspense. So I am going to call for a consortia when they win. But first, I'm going to ask for a business coach to speak on their behalf, highlighting the whole program process with them. And after that, the consortia can jump in, take the mic, and express whatever they want to express. I'm betting on gratitude, but it's never guaranteed on that. We can bet. All right. I think the build-up has been quite enough. I'm gonna try to do them by alphabetical orders to make it easy. So I'm gonna call the first winner. It's Byewaste. Congratulations, Byewaste. First winner of this demo day call.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
I'm gonna ask a business coach to come and express a few words about them, and Tommaso, you can also gather for a bit of thank. So who would like to jump in? Yes.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Please, Lorenzo.
Tommaso, just let me say just 2 words, because I'm really appreciative of this result. It's my pleasure to congratulate the Byewaste team. During this process, during the acceleration process, they have shown that they are, let me say, professionals, a real startupper, capable of successfully guiding their ambition and, let me say, achieving the defined objectives. They were able to question themselves, which is, let me say, not that easy, especially for an entrepreneurs. And they improve their solution and their way of approaching business. So I wish them the best for the future. Yeah.
Tommaso, would you like to share a few words? Thank you very much, Lorenzo.
Yeah, of course. Well, first of all, thank you for this. And well, I mean, I totally agree with Lorenzo. I mean, we enter here as scientists, and now we are becoming businessmen. So somehow there was a transformation. And well, thank you, everybody. But also, I mean, I also want to, I mean, since, today, I happen to be the first in this order. I mean, I want to congratulate all the other teams. I mean, it was very, very pleasant, to look at your innovation. And I mean, it actually makes me quite positive about the future. So we're going to live in a more sustainable world. We're going to do our part, but I'm pretty sure you're going to do yours. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Tommaso. Yes, I'm going to call the second name now. There's no ranking, by the way. It's only alphabetical order. I'm going to call now CircEco. Congratulations, CircEco.
Thank you. It's pleasant and it's lovely news. You just made my evening, and I'm very happy that when I shared this result with my team, they're going to be thrilled as well.
I'm gonna ask to Arturo. Arturo, if you wanna say a few words about them.
Of course. So it's not unexpected. For me, they are so professional. They just did a great job with an idea in such a small time. Become, like Tommaso say, businessmen. It's amazing. It's really amazing. And yeah, they are very professional. They are very good. And I wish all the best. That's just make me my day as well, my evening. Like you say, Sylvia, I give my love to everyone. I really enjoyed working with you.
Yeah, and my thanks to Ourkilo, to you. You have been amazing to us. I mean, even today, Debulina, Sasha, we were talking like, I mean, we owe our success to you as well. It was perfect a combination of team coming from in every sense. And thanks to the DigiCirc team, you also have been wonderful, providing us with all the acceleration in different aspects that we needed at different points of time. Congrats to Tommaso as well, and rest of the 3 teams, and to everybody else. As they said in the morning, it was a big thing for all of us, all 16 teams, to be in this demo day, to be able to show what we have been doing live in YouTube, so people can see it across the world. I'm sure if we all keep up the good work that we have been doing, we are going to make circular economy a reality across Europe and beyond. Thank you again.
Thank you again. Thank you all. The next one, well, that's fortunate. I'm going to call Lorenzo again, as he's their coach. I see him, he's making the face. It is EOS-TURBOWIND. Congratulations. And you can really see in your Lorenzo's face now, Lorenzo.
I'm super happy with these results, especially for this group, because really I met this group a few months ago, and it has been a pleasure to work with them. They're really professionals, and basically they are scientifics, really vertical on the technology, but they are doing really good, and I'm super happy of this result. And again, I wish all the best for the future, and for the path that they are doing. So great job, guys! Really great job. Complimenti, ragazzi.
Thank you. Lorenzo, I love you. Thank you very much. You made us improve in so many ways. I cannot even explain. Thank you very much. God help us meeting you. Really. I'm so excited. I'm so thankful to you, to DigiCirc, to everybody sustaining us. Also, your help, our commitment, because I will say we were very committed, you know that. So the guys who went there because they cannot even speak. So they're not
about you, Enrique.
But you know, they are very great. So thank you. You made us. You made this month so happy for us. As Tommaso said before, we came here with a bunch of hopes, a bunch of work to do. You made us business people. That's right. You made people too. I cannot agree more. Tommaso, you said my words. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is beautiful. And I will quote from the chat. This is DigiCirc love. It's
sorry.
Thank you very much, Enrique. I am gonna call the fourth winner. Now we're gonna change of coach. Joanna, I invite you to get ready, all right? Because the winner is JTW.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to the GTW team. So
thank you so much.
Pleasure working with them. They worked really hard during the program, and they developed 2 innovative solutions for the vertical gardens, and for sure they will make our cities greener. So thank you all, and thank you them to allow me to practice my Spanish during the sessions. Thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A real pleasure to have you, Joanna. It was very helpful, all those meetings together. We will miss you. And yeah, thank you very much. It's excellent news. We just received another news this afternoon that the metropolitan area of Barcelona was also interested to use our solution. Then I guess with this, we will be able to double principally the impact.
Very good. Good news.
Yeah,
congratulations again.
All the team, I can say that they worked really hard. Me also, but yeah.
Of course, Pablo, of course.
Yes.
Congratulations to the team.
Yes.
All right. I guessing the pressure has really built up, and we're gonna call for yet another business coach. Diogo, where is Diogo? Here's Diogo. All right, because the winner is Ourkilo. Congratulations. Diogo, we cannot hear you. Can you speak again? Ah, yes, we can. Try again. And now not anymore.
Not anymore. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good, great. Congratulations, guys. It was amazing. What an amazing journey we had. It was a great pleasure to be part of this journey and to have you on this 6-month program. The progress was great, was really nice being on board with you, and not only from the technical and the business perspective, but personally, it was great meeting you, and I wish you all the best. And this is just the beginning. Congrats, so well deserved. Congrats.
Can we hear you? Yes.
Thank you. We are speechless. Last one to pitch and last one to know the result. You really kept us in tension. But we are so extremely happy. We are very grateful to the program because we came in as very ambitious, but also, I must say, maybe a little bit unknowingly entrepreneurs. And we already received so much feedback, good advices, support from you in the first place, Diogo, but also from all the other coaches. And we have the feeling we are onto something very special. And with your support, we can make that true. So thank you very, very much.
Leah, do you want to say a few words as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's sit down and closing material loops all together. And congrats to everyone. And thank you very much for supporting us and believing in this mission.
Congratulations for everyone. This closes the list of winners all over. I'm very glad to see all of this celebration. And before closing, totally this demo day, there's a lot of celebration to be acknowledged because it has been quite some work to throughout this program, and I have been tasked to try to thank and to give special mentions to everyone that has contributed throughout these months. So I'm going to start obviously with the business coaches, the 5 business coaches that have been supporting you throughout this program: Francesco Codesci, Lorenzo Strocco, Arturo Nicola, Joana Vide Pereira, and Diogo Pinto. And a special thanks to Francesco for the coordination of the business coaching, and also thanks to his valuable support, calm availability, and which allowed for this success.
Thank you.
As a reminder, Francesco, yes. Do you want to say a few words?
I'm just very happy of first of all, thank you. And then I'm very happy for the progress that every consortia have made during the acceleration. And I mean, I would be satisfied with any project, even with the ones that were not selected, because unfortunately there was only spot for 5, but all of them are very valuable projects. So congrats to everyone and good luck.
As a reminder that each business coach had followed 3 or 4 consortia, and they had met every week for the past 4 months. So that's also why I wanted to extend the thanks, because as they mentioned, a lot of support, professional, personal, that they provided to the consortia, that you provided for the consortia. And it has also shown with the gratitude that was expressed by each consortia. Your contribution has really supported and improved significantly their solution, their business. So again, big thank for the business coaches. Throughout the program, there was also countless thematic mentors that have been here involved and contributed. There are a lot. Unfortunately, I will not name all of them. And a special thank to Margot de Caminel and Manuel Singla for the coordination and organization of all of these sessions. So big thanks for this support and effort that was put into it. all of these mentoring sessions, the thematic mentoring sessions, were organized for the consortia during this program, and depending on each consortia needs. A wide range of topics was covered, such as scientific, logistics, digital, marketing, legal, financial. So we thank them very much for all of their time, all of their involvement, and I think it has also shown throughout these presentations of today on how they managed to lift up all the projects. I got also to mention a special thanks to Julia Morawski for all of her implications to help organize this event and make it a success, and that we have not seen her at all during this event. So Julia, I would like also to spotlight you. Yes. Thank you very much, Julia. All right. It has been a very team effort between Julia, Melanie, and Kiwi to bring you to this event and for this preparation. So there was a special mention. I want also to thank Melanie. Where is Melanie? Melanie, the project for the program, which I got also to meet during the preparation, and I have seen a huge dedication and motivation. And then we see them both next to each other. This is wonderful.
Yeah. Yes, but this has been a wonderful day. And on behalf of the DigiCirc project, I would like to thank you all the participants for attending. I would also like to congratulate our 16 consortia for the outstanding work achieved. I have enjoyed listening to your pitches today and seeing the benefits you get from this program. And thank you for your trust and for your commitment. I would like to extend my gratitude to our wonderful jury, Joanna, Luigi, and Pazzi. Thank you for accepting the invitation and taking up the challenge of being part of this journey. Of course, nothing could have been without our 5 business coaches, Joanna, Francesco, Lorenzo, Arturo, Diogo. Thank you for the great amount of work and dedication you have put into this program and your support from the very beginning. Finally, I would like also to express my gratitude to the organizational committee for making this event a real success. Katarina, Panayota, and Davide for your excellent work on communicating during the day on the event. Of course, Abdul and Kiwi from Remote Ready, thank you for ensuring that everything was running smoothly. You really made it a very pleasant and I would say fun experience. We have been very lucky to be supported by you. Really good job, guys. And of course, a warm thank you to Julia for your energy, for your efficiency and invaluable work, support. So you have done so much to organize everything. So thank you very much for making this a great success. So I'm drinking, I don't know if you can see, a glass of champagne to all of you. So thank you very much.
Nice. Thank you.
Cheers for everyone. I will also extend my thanks to Virginie Perron, she is the project officer at the European Innovation Council and Small Medium Enterprise Executive Agency, which is the agency of the European Commission financing DigiCirc. So we thank her as she has been continuously guiding the whole project and always been supporting since the start of the project. And as the start of the project, oh, I hear a voice. No.
Thanks to you too.
I hear her voice, but I don't see her. You're very welcome. I will also extend my thanks to the whole consortia, the whole partners of DigiCirc that have been working throughout the year alongside that, and it was for me a great pleasure also to join and collaborate with you to prepare this event. And I also take this opportunity to remind you that there is a new call that is going to starting tomorrow. So inviting everyone that is interested to join this call that will last until the 10th of November and that will be centered around bioeconomy. So one call ends, another one starts. Again, that's also the link with circular economy. And that being said, I wish you a great evening. I hope you can rest your eyes in the next few hours and days. And it has been really my pleasure to facilitate this day with you. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you very much. Have a nice
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Goodbye, everyone.